Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Greetings, salutations, fist bumps, high fives. I actually shook a hand last night at the Cavs game. Figured, why not?
Oh, man of the people.
I'm out there.
Up there in Loudville with the pores.
Well, people will, and I do appreciate it, you know, when people come up to me or whatever, they will default to the fist bump. And I do appreciate that. But the person that I met, he's called the show a number of times. I had just never met him before, and I'll shake your hand. Nice guy. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan.
Yes, she is.
And Poundcake is down the hall here in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Where everyone is awaiting the overnight blizzard that is due to unleash itself in Northeast Ohio. I guess this constitutes the first big snow we'll get. It's been we really haven't gotten anything, and it sounds like we're going to get it all at once. Mary's going to get about 5 inches from what I see. And it's also going to snow.
Oh.
Hey.
Penis.
I'm not getting that for a few weeks.
Yeah, you're what?
I said I'm not getting that for a few weeks.
You're not getting penis for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
It's
sorry
gonna
to
be
hear
more
that.
than 5 inches, let me tell you.
Hell.
Just saying you need to get the mold.
I'm not getting a mold.
Okay.
Why does she need to
Weird.
do that?
She doesn't need to, but she should.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Poundcake.
Yeah, but it makes the vagina sad.
Oh, does
We
it?
got plenty of other things. I mean, it's not the same, sure.
You're
but
right. If you'd like to join us today, there are a number of ways you can do that. You can just as easily listen passively to the program, right? I love when people call or message or whatever, but there's plenty of people who are like, I don't want to presume on our complicated relationship, so I'll just keep to myself. That's fine, too. But if you'd like to call us at any point, you're going to need to know how to do that. And it's 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007. You can send a text. It's 35192. I got an email from Drew, who was out in Maslin, and he attached a photo. He said, I'm an avid Magic the Gathering player. I don't know. I know what it is. I don't know the ins and outs of Magic the Gathering. It's a fantasy card game. He said the newest set is slated to release early next month, the theme of which is a murder mystery. So to sort of build hype for the set, they're releasing some spoiler images of the new cards that will be printed. And I'm wondering if the company ripped off Mary Santora's side gig. I'll show it to you here on the screen. Undersea Sleuth. Essentially a fish detective is what it says. Legendary creature. Morska, the Undersea Sleuth.
Do you know any frontier lawyers that can represent you?
I do. All of my side gigs are finally coming together.
In a really weird way.
Very weird way.
Yeah, Magic the Gathering. It says you have no. Now, I assume that these are, you know, in these fantasy role-playing games, there's cards and they tell you what your powers are and what your points. I never played Dungeons and Dragons. It says you have no maximum hand size At the beginning of your upkeep, investigate. Again, this might as well be Greek, but the people who play this game, I'm sure, understand what all this means. Morska, the undersea sleuth.
Oh, my
Fish
God.
detective. Of course, our own Mary Santora. She is not yet licensed in the state of New York.
No, I'm working on that.
There's a lot that goes into that. You know, here in Ohio, just anybody can become a fish detective.
Also incorrect.
But the nanny state there in New York,
It's so much paperwork. Bill, you'd hate it.
I
So much
already
paperwork
just
to
hearing
get
about it.
your fish detective license here.
and the test. I
Ugh.
mean, you've got rivers on either side,
Mm-hmm.
so there's plenty of. But good God, I mean,
Cold. They're like,
you're
how
lucky
you
if you
feel
get a
about
fish.
Ice baths, like it's an intense process.
I was always fascinated when you would be in New York and you'd see people fishing in the East River. And you're like, God, can you imagine if they've caught a fish, what kind of friggin' fish they pull up out of those rivers, like the Simpsons' three-eyed fish or something. But there's always people out there fishing. It's amazing to me. So thank you, Drew, out there in Maslin. The fish detective is going to be one of the characters. If you are, maybe you're a Magic the Gathering fan. That's been around for a long time, I think. And, you know, as a kid, I would spend a lot of time in comic book stores. That was my thing. But over the years, comic book stores, as these role-playing card games got bigger and bigger, more popular, rather than just selling them to people alongside comic books, a lot of these shop owners were like, oh, we should set some space aside, and then we can host these games. And
That's what keeps a lot of them afloat.
I think you might be
that's
right.
more popular than the comics at this point.
Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering, and I don't know what any of that consists of. I had friends that played D&D when I was a kid, but I was not a sword and sorcery guy. I didn't care for it in my heavy metal. I didn't care for it on tiny little cardboard cards, and it didn't appeal to me. But I had a lot of friends that did that, and they had a great time doing it. And they would, of course, have to deal with the slings and arrows that came along with enjoying a game like that. You know, you're called names. You're called nerds. But you have found your people, too. And Drew and his Magic the Gathering fellow players out there, hopefully they'll pour one out for our own Mary Santora every time somebody
I feel like
pulls that fish detective card.
should I feel taken advantage of?
No, you should feel
Honored?
It's an homage.
Okay.
Now, it's an unwitting homage. They don't know that it's you. We know that it's you. We are more in the loop on this than the company that makes Magic the Gathering. You got to think, as long as these games have been around, they're running out of characters to create. They were like, man, we blew our wad on day one with, like, you know, the King of the Ocean and the Mermaid and the Shark Warrior and whatever it is. I don't know if they're all nautical. So for them to come around to this,
The sleuth.
I mean, I would like to think that maybe, and not to put too fine a point on it, but I would certainly like to think that maybe, since this has been out there in the ether for a while, that there's some kind of creative osmosis where somebody was like, I wonder if anyone's ever conceived of a fish detective. And hundreds of miles away in Cleveland, Ohio, we could answer yes.
There is a book I read. I think it's actually the first book I read for pleasure over COVID.
The Illustrated Kama Sutra.
No, it's called Big Magic. It's one of those like, hey, creative types, you should read this book type of things. It had this, I guess,
Were
theory.
you afraid to read it because of the magic?
No, because it was about the universe and fate and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So there was this theory that all ideas are already in the universe, and they float from one person to another.
Oh,
and when
brother.
the idea gets to you, it's up to you to act on it or not. And if you don't act on it and you don't do anything with that idea, it will go to the next person.
This is why comedians can't get mad at people stealing jokes.
Well, that
They're
sounds
already out there.
It's all floating around. I just grabbed it.
Well, no, it's like for when people are like, oh, I wrote this spec script that I never showed anybody, and then Netflix had the same show a year later. It's like that is kind of how those coincidences are explained, where it's like all the ideas are already out there. If one comes to you, you need to take advantage of it, kind of a thing. So I'm wondering if this fish detective idea has always been out there and the Magic the Gathering people got it
For a while, you had
know.
it.
I had it.
Because no one can own an idea.
I mean,
Exactly. That's what they're saying.
if anything, it all goes back to Abe Vigoda, the fish.
The original fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They call him the fish. I believe he played a detective numerous times throughout his illustrious career. So it might all just stem from that.
It all or the actual animal.
Or they rip me off.
The actual animal, the fish. Yeah.
Or the Magic the Gathering people follow this show on YouTube.
That makes the most sense.
Probably,
like,
yeah. At
unbelievable.
AlanCoxShow.com, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry.
Who's assisting today on the show, by the way? I need to look at that before I go to a break so they can give them a shout out. Kirk Land Clothing. Okay. Wow. That sounds like one of them coastal elites.
Yeah.
Oh, Kirk Land Clothing. All right. I'm going to break here. I'll have more money for you. On the way at 2:30, that next keyword for you to grab $1,000 in the Buzzard bookie is on the way.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Are you ready?
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
Just had a crash reported in Lake County on Route 2 westbound at 91. Accident in Rocky River on Center Ridge at Northview, and a couple of roads closed because of broken water mains. Route 237 between Munn and Edgecliff, and 303 between Meadowbrook and Pearl. I'm Faith Nazovich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Levin bought it all. For 4 days only, save up to 50% off. Plus, get a triple tax discount and 5-year special financing with no money down. The 4-day sale, only at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction,
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for it in about 9 minutes. Listen for those keywords. You get about 30 past every hour to win $1,000 in the Buzzard bouquet. Don't sleep on those. Cavs blow the Bucks out last night at the Romo Fijo. That puts their win streak at 6. I left about halftime last night, and it was already a bloodbath by then. And you can't chalk it all up to Giannis not being there. They just had a good game last night because the Bucks are a good team. Beat them by 40. 135-95 was the final last night. I think that's how the math works out. 135 minus 95. So 1/3, do by 5. So 135 minus 5 would be 130. So that's at least 90. 1/3. Anyway, it's probably how that works out. And then the Cavs are off tonight and tomorrow. Saturday night, they'll be in Atlanta to play the Hawks. And you'll hear all of it here on the Buzzard and in the iHeartRadio app. It was a fun time last night. It's a good game. Mike in Chardon, hello.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
You got my nerd juices flowing here with the Magic the Gathering talk and whatever. But I am a comic book first person. That was my first interest. I was wondering, you talked a long time ago about sending your comic books off to get graded, and they got lost. And I was wondering if you ever found them.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, boy.
I've received no satisfaction. I'm probably going to sick my wife on them because I don't have the time to do that, and she loves to do that kind of stuff. No, there was a series of emails about a year ago now, I had sent a whole bunch of high-value comics from my collection to this company that's like the premier company that grades comics. They're down in Tampa. And
CGC?
Yeah, CGC, that's right. And they're kind of the gold standard company. I don't know if they have a legit monopoly on the whole thing, but they're pretty damn close. I mean, that's the... And, I sent about a baker's dozen down there, and I didn't hear anything other than an initial confirmation that they got them, and then they were kind of pushing me off because a hurricane had just gone through Florida, and so he's like, give us some time. It's a mess down here, blah, blah, blah. And I was going back and forth, and the last correspondence I had with them... Okay, thank you, Mike. Mike's ready to move on.
He's going to go out and find them.
The last correspondence I had with that company was them basically telling me, hey, sorry, we can't find them. And I'm like, okay, well, I need something more than that. So, and then I was like, well, I don't know if can I sue these guys? Can I take them to small claims court? I got a couple of leads on that. I contacted a couple of attorneys in this area. Nobody returned my messages on that. So I'm kind of very much in limbo on that whole thing. So it's kind of like I really don't want to just let it go because my comic books are somewhere there. But all I have to show for it is an initial email that they sent me saying, we got your shipment. I mean, what do? You're not going to get anybody on the phone. That's why they designate some representative to just email you back and forth. And, so if they ask you for information that you don't have, because at one point this woman that they had assigned to me was like, well, I'm going to need to know the individual value of the items. And I said, that's why I sent them to you, to get graded. How do I know what they are? I can estimate, but I can't. That's why I sent them to you guys. And how is me? It just felt like she was dragging it out for no reason. If it was going to culminate in her, it was like she was buying herself time. I'm like, how is ascertaining the individual value of the items going to help you find them? It's not.
Gonna make them care more to find them.
It won't make them care more. They don't get money. They get a flat fee for grading your comic books.
They're gonna look for them and steal them and then lie.
But what's the point in that? I mean, their professional reputation is on. And again, I couldn't prove that anyway. So yeah, I fully believe they got lost, but I'm like, guys, they're somewhere in your warehouse. Please find them. But while this back and forth, and finally the last correspondence I got was, sorry, nothing more we can do. I'm like, what do you mean nothing more you can do? Because I guarantee there's nothing more I can do, but I bet there's something you can do. So Gwen's like champing at the bit. She's like, sick me on him. Well, I mean, she's got a life too. I mean, she's doing other stuff, but I'm like, I really don't. It's not like I have reams of documents. I have an initial email from these people confirming that they got my shipment. That's all I've got to go on, and that ain't much. So I don't know. We're going to be in Florida for spring break.
Set the place on fire.
In April. Well, we're going to be more in the Orlando area, and this place is in Tampa. So I'm like, maybe I'll take a day, and I'll go bang on their door. But again, what's that going to do? They're going to stick security on me? So, yeah, I don't know. But it's weird. A couple of people have messaged me in the past few days going, hey, did anything come from that? And I've told this story before. So, no, nothing came from that. And it's pretty much been a year since that whole debacle. And I certainly had an intent. I was very excited to get those comics graded. And they were really giving me the runaround. And I guess they just got tired of doing that because it ended with her going, man, unless we have more information. I'm like, what more information? You either have them or you don't. Here's the confirmation number you sent me. Track this number down. Well, what? So really, like what? I don't know what you do, And people deal with these kinds of situations all the time, whether it's with an airline, whether it's with, pick a sector of the American economy, and you're going to have, somebody's got problems with them. And, this is kind of a measly issue, too. But it was a big deal to me because this was a collection I'd had since I was, 10 years old. And I sold the bulk of it to an individual, but I kept most of the high-value stuff for myself because I want to have them graded and sell them and whatever. Again, even if you do have things graded, they're only worth what somebody will pay for them. So, you can have a mint condition something, and if nobody wants it, it's going to sit on a shelf in your house till the day you die.
Tell me about it.
So it's not something that these things don't have an inherent store of value. They're like crypto. Tell you about what?
It could be in mint condition, but if no one wants it, it's just going to sit on a shelf. That's me.
Are you implying that you're in mint condition? You are not in mint condition.
Definitely some boxing on the edges of this
You're
one.
fine to very fine at best.
I think I look the best I've ever looked now.
Well, that's good.
Even in college,
I mean, you're in mint condition.
Yeah, that's restored, buddy.
Well, whatever.
You're refurbished.
Well,
yeah.
Even if you,
I won't even disagree. I think you look great.
Tell
us
all about it. If you renovate a house, that house goes up. It doesn't matter that it was built in 40 years earlier. If you put an addition onto the house, it's going to go for more.
But it does, yes, but it does matter when the house was built.
Yes, but that's not the only thing.
And also, you need to see the insides and stuff like that. You gotta make sure the wiring's all good, which we know that's not good.
Do not let anybody see your
plumbing's
insides.
all whack.
Yep.
My foundation good, though. Little creaks here and there, but it's still good.
That's all right. And you're worried you're going to sit on a shelf.
And collect dust.
Mm-hmm.
All this good loving going to waste because y'all want to play games.
You play more games than anybody.
Yeah, well, is somebody currently playing games with you?
No. I'm single, but
yeah.
So
But no one's playing games with your heart?
No, because I don't got time for that. I don't play games.
Well, then what are you
anymore.
complaining about? You said all this good love and going to waste because people want to play games.
Because
If you
they
don't
used
have time, then it's a moot point.
Because they used to, and as soon as I see the BS, I'm like, I ain't got time for this. Like, move on. I move on. That's all. Like, they try to play games, but when they start, with the BS or, I'm not looking for anything serious. I just want to, how do you feel about open relationship or monogamy? Or I'm like, nope, I'm not doing this.
Don't these, are you talking
They're
about?
offering that and you don't want it?
No,
Isn't
I
that
don't
the
want
dream?
that.
Then you don't have to cheat respectfully because it's all above board.
No, but that takes the fun out of everything.
Oh, you want to cheat?
No, I joke, but I am a very monogamous person. I'm too paranoid to cheat or to have an open relationship because I'm not a jealous person by any means, but I'm paranoid. Like, I don't know who you're cheating with and where they've been and STDs and stuff like that. Like, if I want to get real nasty and take off condoms and do all this stuff, I'm not about to do that if I'm in an open relationship.
Well, that's what the trust is about.
I don't trust people. That's the problem. I don't trust people. I'm not jealous, but I don't trust.
This is why you're not in mint condition.
Maybe you should learn to trust.
Maybe people should not break my trust, and then I can learn to trust.
You mistrust people until they give you a reason to trust them.
I feel like
that's a way to do it. Other people do it the other way, but that's how you do it.
You have. I don't think I come in trusting people. I think you have to earn my trust, and then. I'll just take one step here. Okay, you pass that test. One step here, you pass that test.
I don't want to make. Listen, I'm no prize. There's no point in making people feel like you're putting them through the paces so that they can get what you or me. Come on.
Why would I not think of myself as a prize? I'm desirable? I'm a catch. So if
but what I'm saying is that people are going to tire very quickly of jumping through a lot of hoops. That's why
people tire very quickly. Where people just give it all away right away.
Nobody gets tired of that.
Yes, they do.
Nobody gets tired of somebody who gives it away right away. That never gets old. That never goes out of style. Ever.
About that.
Well, whatever. What I'm saying is, marries a person who trusts until she has a reason not to.
Well, and I feel like that's why I have multiple best friends. I'm someone who is very open and bring it in. I love you. Let's hang out. Or if it's romantic or whatever. And then once you give me a reason not to trust you, I'm pretty solid about cutting it off and being like, okay, well, now I know this isn't a person I can trust. I'll be cordial around you, but we're not friends. We're not hanging out. We're not dating, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
But you have people in your life that have misstepped and you've gone through a process of healing, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If it's worth it.
Right, and that's what
family members, sure. But relationships, if it's worth it.
I'm saying specifically relationships. Friends, that's a totally different category because I'm not sleeping with you. Like, I'm not. Like, I can have friends for different purposes. No, I'm saying I can have friends for different purposes. You are my go-out friend. Like, if I want to go out, I know who to call. You are my trustworthy, confidant friend. I can talk to you about anything. You're my, you have the best house. So if I ever need to stay somewhere, you got the best setup. You got the
best
TV.
House
you
friend.
got the heat. You got air conditioner. You got an extra bed for me. Friends for every occasion. So I know you can compartmentalize people. I'm talking about specifically relationships.
Yeah, I guess how big is it that the trust is broken? Is it worth working back from? Is it, what I mean?
You can do that, yeah.
But I'm going to trust you up front. I'm going to hang out and everything's going to be amazing until you start showing me why it isn't.
No, hell no. Nah, hell no. I'm a vault.
Yeah, well.
You can't crack me open.
You know my combination.
Good luck with all that. Really seems to be working for you doing it that way.
I don't care. I'll just collect dust, but you can just blow that off. And
that's just going to make you ashy. Don't do that.
You can just blow it, and then I come to life. I'm back like I was before. You just got to wipe off a little dust.
All right. I've got money here for you. It is $1,000. It's a chance for you to grab this money from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie. and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is out near East Palestine. Remember East Palestine?
For a truck derailed.
Train derailed. This is out in Columbiana County, where they found a guy dead in his trailer, and the son called the cops. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, you're also going to find my mom's body in the trailer." And she's been dead for 6 years.
Wow.
Excuse me?
On December 31st, just last year, Robert Ray of Columbiana County passed away. His son called the sheriff's office to report that his father's body was located in the bedroom and that he'd had a stroke 3 days prior, but never sought medical attention due to his religion. After 2 days, Ray's son went back to police to tell them his mother, Peggy Ray, had also died 6 years ago, and that her body was being kept in this camper on the property.
I've been doing this for almost 34 years and never seen anything like it.
Sheriff McLaughlin telling me when they found the body in that camper, it was surrounded by herbs, wrapped up in a blanket, and unusually well preserved.
I have never seen a body that has been gone that long and still that intact. We've had bodies that have been gone for much, much less time and had next to nothing left.
Ray had been living in the camper with his deceased wife. According to the report, it was a religious practice, and Peggy and Robert were devout Quakers that wanted to be buried at the same time. Officers do not suspect foul play, but because the son knew his mother had been deceased all this time, an investigation is ongoing about possible charges.
Imagine if they come to you, the surviving kid, and they go, "Yeah, we got to charge you with something. Hey, my dad's dead, and FYI, now don't freak out.
I'm gonna tell you up front.
Now don't freak out.
I'm being honest.
They're not in the house. Okay, real talk. They're in a trailer behind the house. My mom's in there too. Oh, is she taking care of him? No, she's been dead for 6 years. Boy, religion's a wild thing, isn't it? Because Quakers, if you ever know a Quaker, it's a very old religion, but it's also, for its time, was kind of progressive. Like they were one of the only religions that would openly be against slavery, when basically every other religion's all for it. And they don't drink, and they, were like Quaker colleges in the mid-19th century were already teaching evolution, and they recognized women as clergy and all this stuff. The Quakers started the Underground Railroad in Michigan. But this guy still, he didn't, want to get buried before his wife? I don't know. It's strange. And what are the herbs? They said she was...
Rosemary.
Huh?
Obviously. Thyme, rosemary.
But do those preserve a body?
No, it's for the Christmas.
I know they love oats.
And the seasoning.
Those Quakers. But is rosemary... Oh, you mean the smell, not the preserve.
I was making a joke that they were going to eat her.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter.
Well, after 6... Well, what was taking them so long? 6 years.
Yeah, I mean, dry aging doesn't take that. You don't got
nope.
6 years. Beef jerky lady.
Wonder what they were using.
Like 6 year.
Just mad about saffron.
Maybe that's what they were using.
There's like 6 year dry aged steaks and stuff, isn't there?
Yes, I don't know if there are 6 year dry aged wives.
Well, you got a butt steak.
Maybe oregano or cloves or something,
Garlic?
Maybe.
Cinnamon?
Herb? Cinnamon, that might smell good. I wonder if it smelled festive, because again, this was in a trailer in the back. So I don't know if the guy lived in the house or lived in the trailer. I mean, the wife's body was in the trailer, I think. But that's pretty wild.
Sorry, I meant to hit my button. I was literally reaching for my button and the cough came out.
Gesundheit.
Sorry.
It's all right.
It's a very specific technique, but there are dry aged steaks that are dry aged for 15 years.
15
yeah, that's why they're
years.
expensive. They're like $250 for that cut of meat.
Like normally it's like 50 to 100 days or 28 to 50 days, but it can go as long as 100 days. But there's expensive style that keeps cold air blasting through the room at 75 miles per hour, and you can do a 15-year age steak, or they call it the Matt Gates.
So your contention is that he was preparing to eat his wife. I don't know if that's part of the Quaker religion. But I guess if they're going to charge the kid with something, maybe they'll charge him with a culinary infraction. That'd be pretty wild. But anyway, as if the people of East Palestine haven't had their share of problems over the past year or so, now all this mishigas out there with this guy and his dead wife. But now the son's got to contend with both of them. But I just love imagining that first interaction with the cops when you call and you go, hey, my dad's dead. I need a thing out here. And by the way, also, wouldn't you want, and this is the other thing too, is that I don't know if the kid is also a Quaker, but he certainly at least must have been sympathetic to what his dad wanted to do with his own mother. Now, son, I'm not going to bury your mom because you know we're Quaker. We're a Quaker family. Well, what are you going to do with her? I'm just going to put her in the lazy boy in the camper. Oh, okay. I'm going to need you to go to Aldi and get me some cinnamon. All right?
Don't forget the cinnamon.
And open all the windows in the camper. So we're going to start this dry age right away. 6 years. I got a break. If you want to send me a text for something, 35192. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. Comedian Sean Patton's going to be here a little bit later on. He's doing tonight and tomorrow night at Hilarities, so we'll catch up with him, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everyone. Cleveland.
Time to give stuff away.
All right, if you want to go see Tesla, they're on the Keeping It Real tour. It's going to bring them back here in March. Saturday night, the 16th. They're going to do MGM Northfield Park. And then you roll right into St. Patty's Day. It's going to be a big weekend for partying and rock and roll. Ticketmaster.com's got whatever info you need, but I got 2 tickets here for you to go see Tesla in March. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show.
100.7
WMMS.
And thanks again to Kirk Land Clothing for assisting in the live stream today. We couldn't do it without you. Senior Land Clothing. Cavs win big last night. Milwaukee Bucks in town without Giannis. Jay Crowder was back in, but I think he was just coming off being hurt too. But they beat them by 40 points. 135-95 was the final at the Romo Fijo.
Walloped them.
It was a good house last night, as they say. Good house.
There were so many people there besides just the iHeart people. Grandma was there with her grandson, Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Our friend James Burgess Jr. took his son to his first game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of people.
Oh, I wish I'd known that.
Yeah,
I would have
know.
said hi, yeah.
Well, they were down in the better seats.
I never got to my seat. I just made a beeline for that
that
bar.
Overlook bar?
Yeah, well, the Budweiser Loudville bar. Yeah, I mean,
it's a good place to hang out.
Everybody's going to be there anyway.
Right.
I didn't know I was going to be the first one there, but that's where everybody was going to be congregating anyway. So I'm like, I'm not going to go up to the seats. Why am I going to do that? So I didn't. But yeah, it was fun. It was a good time. But the Cavs are off tonight, and they're off tomorrow night. And then Saturday, you will hear them live from Atlanta, where they're going to be playing the Hawks. That is a 7:30 game on Saturday night. And then we'll go right into our metal show. We do a metal show here on the Buzzard on Saturday nights. If that game runs long, it will be on immediately after. But we like to start it at 10 o'clock because it's called 2 hours to midnight. And, you start later than that, it gets wonky. But we have fun doing it. It's me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. 120 minutes of nothing but metal on a Saturday night. What better time to do it? Get your mind right before the week begins again. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, let me know where you do it from out of state. I'll put you on our map. Bureau Chiefs all around North America. Josh is a new listener in Columbus. David and Megan listen in D.C. Jake is in Charlotte. Steve listens in Tooele, Utah. And we have a lot of people listening in Philly, too. I was reading about there's a Philadelphia jeweler who has offered Travis Kelce a free $1 million engagement ring. And that's weird because doesn't he know that he's with Taylor Swift?
And it's not going to work out.
And he's got paper. Like, why?
I know. That dude's pretty broke, so that's really nice. It's always rich people who get free stuff. Hey, look at the Oscars goodie bag. It's worth $75,000.
I wonder who's the poorest guy Taylor has dated. Because she's dated a lot
You're
of
Mr.
dudes.
Net Worth. You tell us. I mean, I can't keep...
Her last boyfriend was some actor. His net worth was probably like $1 million. What was Taylor Swift? Yeah, I have to look it up now because he was like pretty much a no-name. Like he was like known, but only...
Yeah, but
Joe Alwyn.
Joe Alwyn, that's who she went out with for a bit, yeah.
And he's British.
The weird thing is, too, is imagine if you're one of those guys that dated Taylor Swift earlier in her career, because at some point, the axis was such that you were richer than she was. Now, none of those guys are richer than she is.
Not even combined.
So he was
yeah, right.
Like, they can...
He was worth $4 million.
Gyllenhaal, John Mayer, they can all pool their money, and they're not going to have as much as Taylor Swift, so... She's come out on the other side of that pretty well. Maybe that was the real deep, dark secret. Maybe it wasn't that she was so hurt over the dissolution of these relationships and wrote all those songs. Maybe it was just financial insecurity. in the earlier part. Oh, except aren't her parents rich too? Didn't she come from
Yeah.
money? I mean, that's how you get your kid into a studio and get, you pay for them to be promoted.
Mm-hmm.
That helps.
Stuff that I read on the internet, I don't know if it's true because some of this stuff, I don't think she dated Zac Efron. I never heard anything about that. I don't know if she dated Corey Monteith. I'd never heard anything about that.
She could have dated them quietly.
But then why would the internet know then?
Because people
Internet
know
knows
things.
everything.
She dated a damn Kennedy. Like that's pretty much American royalty right there.
Jackie?
Like
Isn't Corey Monteith the dude who killed himself?
Jamie?
he overdosed. Apparently.
Overdosed, yeah.
Was it Jamie Kennedy?
Connor Kennedy.
It was a T Swift and B Rad.
And she said no. She's like, no, I don't want a Kennedy. It's okay.
Well, but also, if you're Travis Kelce, and let's say that you are going to. By the way, did you know he's from Cleveland?
Cleveland Heights, yeah.
They should really mention that around here. If you're Travis Kelce and you have any designs on actually proposing to Ms. Swift, you're going to want to buy the ring. You're not going to give her a free ring. I mean, that's just for publicity for the jeweler.
Right.
It doesn't do anything for anybody else. He's like, yeah, I offered a, They're like, yeah, I think we got it.
Between us, we might be able to come up with something.
Well, I mean, she's not going to pay for her own ring, but I mean, Travis Kelce's a very highly paid guy, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
How
doing
much?
just fine. As far as tight ends go, I think he's one of the top paid tight ends, and I think
Like
we're talking
10
about his
million a year,
salary
100
bill.
million a year.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to guess around 10 to 15 million a year.
I wasn't sure if he was, if he had gotten to the point
It says
yet.
14.8 million a year as of 2023 on Wikipedia.
I wasn't sure if he had gotten to the point yet in his career, because he's been doing it for a minute, where he was getting like really paid.
Well,
It's
at
almost
that
$1 million
position,
a game, dude.
yeah, at that position, there is a ceiling on what you're going to get paid,
Right.
and he's towards the top of that ceiling.
Okay.
So, but between that and endorsements, he's got that Pfizer money too, Mr. Pfizer over there, and
Mr. Pfizer.
and his podcast does really well. So he's making a lot more than just that 15 mil a year through outside sources.
What about, is he making any money from inside sources, Bill?
Inside sources.
No.
Asked and answered. Of course, Jason Kelce played for the Philadelphia Eagles. He announced his retirement. By the way, not only Travis Kelce, did you know Jason Kelce was from Cleveland Heights?
That makes a lot of sense.
Wow, they should really
I should have put that together.
They should really talk that up around here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whether or not the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be in the Super Bowl again, Eagles, of course, won't. But they are laying out the list. They're breadcrumbing us on who's going to be performing at the Super Bowl. Big halftime show theirs with Ursher. But they're starting to roll out who's going to do what for all the pregame festivities, because it's in Vegas after all. So where was the Super Bowl last year? Was it in Florida?
No, I think it was in L.A. last year.
L.A. last
I
year.
want to say it was in SoFi.
It was Chiefs, Eagles, yeah?
But that might have been wrong. No, I think it was Arizona last year.
Arizona, that's
And the year before, it was SoFi.
So
because the Rams played basically a home game the year that they won. So whatever year that was.
they're going to play at Allegiant State. That's where the Raiders play, yeah?
Yeah.
In Vegas. Nice stadium.
It's cool. You were just out there over the summer.
Yeah.
Looks like the Death Star.
Yep, it's cool. They got Post Malone. They got Reba McEntire and Andra Day.
I like that Post
Malone. He's going to perform. You like Post Malone?
Yeah, he's got some catchy songs.
I don't dislike him. He's just not on my radar.
Great show.
He's usually not on my radar, but every once in a while I'll hear something and I'll be like, oh yeah. And I'll throw on 2 or 3 Post Malone songs and just listen to them.
Really?
I don't go deep with Post Malone, but the hits that he has I like.
It was a really fun concert. I saw him like 3 weeks after he broke his rib when he was in Cleveland 2 years ago, or it wasn't last year, the year before. And it was fun. It was a great time. He's got a lot more hits than you.
Well,
would
the
think.
one that I really like that jumped out every time I hear it, I'll turn it up, is that one he did with The Weeknd called One Right Now.
Mm-hmm.
I got one coming over and one right. That's a great song.
I
Boy.
like his Doja Cat song.
He just seems
girl,
like,
I
that poor
you.
girl. Her
I
brother's
do.
beating her up. Her brother's like punching her teeth out or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, got to order protection against her own brother. Poor little Doja Cat. That's cat on cow violence. So the Super Bowl 53 pregame with those three people. Reba McEntire will sing the national anthem. And Post Malone will sing America the Beautiful. And Andra Day will sing Lift Every Voice and Sing, which they began last year. And what is that, Poundcake?
What Lift Every Voice and Sing? The Black National Anthem.
The Black National Anthem. That's correct. You might remember where they did it last year at the Super Bowl.
Blacks, let's not forget where we came from. Let's learn to love and respect each other.
I mean, remember how confused people were last year when they did this? People were standing in line getting beers. And, you know, they wanted to kind of listen respectfully, but it was tough. People didn't know what was going on. And it went on and on and on. And I wonder if Andra Day is going to do this version. I don't know anything about her, but I assume she's up to the task.
Is there another version? These aren't the words every time?
I mean, all right. I don't know if there's another version, but I bet if there isn't, she'll come up with one. No, it's of course an old standard, but they've deemed it the Black National Anthem. That's why sometimes, you know, here at iHeart Cleveland, you'll hear our own Cody Allen, Helpful Poundcake Brown singing it in the hallway on the way down to the men's, because that long hallway here with those high ceilings, just the acoustics.
The poppy.
The acoustics are unparalleled.
I legit
down there.
I think I knew the lyrics to the Black National Anthem before I knew the actual national anthem.
That can't possibly be true.
True, because I was in the Oberlin Community Youth Choir, and we sang the Black National Anthem.
But you learned the national anthem in kindergarten.
Preschool,
No, we didn't.
You didn't?
I don't remember.
Well, that doesn't mean that you didn't learn it. I mean,
we may have learned it, but I don't know if I remembered all the lyrics, because we didn't sing it on a regular basis. I wasn't the one singing the national anthem before, like, baseball games and stuff. But when we would go and, like, perform with the choir, we would sing the Black National Anthem.
Yeah.
So I sang that more.
I mean, it is a great song. I don't know if this is the poppy version, though.
Yeah, where's all the poppy?
I don't know about that.
Or is anybody going to even recognize it?
Well, you stop them dead in their tracks if they're going out to get a beer or something. Well, why didn't they hit you up, Cody? I mean, can you imagine the exposure you'd get if you've been plucked from relative obscurity to perform that song at the Super Bowl?
They don't want me to thrive. I don't know.
I guess not. They're throwing thumbtacks on the road right in front of you. I mean, who's Reba McEntire? She wrote a big hit song about a child prostitute. Come on.
She spoke to my heart when she had that song called Survivor. Oh, it was
Reba McEntire?
Yeah, it's called I Am a Survivor or something. And
I think you nailed it.
It popped up on yeah, this is it.
No, this is Fancy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, Fancy, now look nice for the man,
Don't
or
let
whatever.
me down.
Yeah, she's turning her daughter out because they need money.
Tells her to, but she doesn't.
Looking back, it was the summer I turned 18. We lived in a one-room run-down shack on the outskirts of New Orleans.
I don't know why.
Now, this is the New Orleans the city anthem. I'm going to ask Sean Patton about that. Hey, is this the city song of New Orleans? Reba McEntire's Fancy? Should be. Huh?
I'm just saying, when people do rap music, like they talk about where they come from, and it's just such a gritty, like, hard way. Like, it sounds good. But when country people sing about, like, fishing in the creek and, my daddy never had food to put on the table, like, it just sounds so...
Well, they're two completely different life experiences.
I know. It's
Not a lot of
so
rappers going fishing in the city.
It's so funny, though.
It's the poetry of the streets. Fancy, don't let me down.
Here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down.
Fancy, this is your one chance to go out there and make some money by selling your body. Now, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. I wonder if she'll do a fancy medley when she gets up there to do America the Beautiful or whatever the hell she's going to do. I guess she's singing the anthem.
You know, that Survivor.
And Posty is going to do America the Beautiful.
There's one section of the Survivor that keeps popping up on my reel, and it's always talking about how you never had, like, can't pay the rent, something. I was like, this hits hard. I didn't know Reba was spitting bars. I didn't know that. Like, I like it. And that's why it always pops up in my algorithm.
All right. Alan, I think that Taylor Swift's poorest boyfriend was the actor Lucas Till. You know who Lucas Till is? He's just like a blonde dude that looks like 100 other guys, but you'll forgive me if I don't have my Taylor Swift list of boyfriends committed to memory.
You know why I know him?
Why?
Because he was in the Hannah Montana movie.
Oh, there you go.
I was like, why does he look so
Slumdog
familiar?
Millionaire from...
There you go. Alan Taylor Swift's parents were not rich. They owned a Christmas tree farm. Yes, but they owned it in Frankenmuth, Michigan.
So her dad doesn't own Swift trucks?
That doesn't sound familiar.
They weren't Taylor Swift rich, but I think
No,
they were really
had
well
money.
off.
Yes,
Yeah.
they were very comfortable.
Yeah.
Yep. They were able to get their little girl up and running. She an only child? She have siblings?
I think she's only child.
No, she has a brother.
Oh.
God, imagine
I
if
only
you're
know
Bo
that.
Swift or whatever the hell his name is.
They're from the same town in
They're from
Tennessee.
Pennsylvania.
No, they're from Tennessee.
They're from Pennsylvania. She grew up in Tennessee.
Okay. Her parents were...
Whatever it is.
Her dad was a vice president for Merrill Lynch and
There you go.
former, like a retired young from being a stockbroker.
This says she spent her early years on a Christmas tree farm that her father had purchased from one of his clients.
Yeah.
Right. So they didn't
Okay,
start
they were
on
rich.
Christmas
They had
tree
money.
farm. Her brother Austin Swift is an
Austin.
actor.
A buddy of mine who's a comic went to high school with Austin and is good friends with him. Like to this day, they
Yeah.
still are really good friends. They graduated together, and he has this incredible story where he like was hanging out at their house, just having like a country bonfire. Everybody's hanging out, and then like Taylor Swift, who is just Austin's older sister, you know, like they all knew her as Austin's sister, came home to visit with her boyfriend, who was John Mayer at the time. And
I met that guy.
John Mayer and Taylor Swift were just like hanging out with all these kids in the living room playing music and like just chilling and stuff.
Yeah.
I would keep taking the guitar from John and be like, no, listen to me play.
No, she grew up around like Reading, Pennsylvania. And then I think because she got signed really young, so I think when that happened, they went to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
When Big Machine picked her up. I don't even know if that's a thing
like
anymore.
the whole thing is with the football thing is she grew up cheering for the Eagles, and now she seems to like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh boy!
So
in an alternate universe, she would be dating Jason Kelsey, but I think he's married.
I think so too. Do you know he's from Cleveland Heights?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Man, why hide
So
that
are their
lead under a
parents.
bushel basket? They should really mention that. Are the parents seriously? Are the parents still here though?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, they should get the word out on that. I've got to take a break. I will have another shot for you to grab some money. There's $1,000 behind every one of these keywords from the Buzzard bookie. The next one is coming up at 3:30. If you want to go see the new movie Argyle, if you've seen the trailer, it looks cool, like an action spy comedy thing. It's going to drop in theaters in a couple of weeks. We're going to do an advanced screening of it out in Valley View, so I'll have those passes for you after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
illuminating company at EnergySaveOhio.com.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction,
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
So I want to go see the new movie Argylle. We're doing a preview of it. It's a new Matthew Vaughn film. He's the guy that did the Kingsman movies, one of the X-Men flicks. Kick-Ass, got a new thing, an action spy comedy. Henry Cavill, Dua Lipa, Bryan Cranston, Cena's in it, and you can see him. It's a hell of a cast. It's going to be in theaters everywhere Friday, February the 2nd. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. We are going to do a sneak of it on Tuesday, January 30th, out at Cinemark Valley View. If you want to go, get you a couple of passes here. You want a pal at the advanced screening for Argylle. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Comedian Sean Patton in here in about an hour. He's doing tonight and tomorrow night. Only 2 shows, 7 o'clock tonight, tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm going to be on those shows.
At Hilaire. Oh, with young Bill Squire? Mm-hmm. How will they tell the two of you apart?
We look very different. I mean, we're both bigger guys, but...
Beard, long hair.
Beard, long hair. His is darker. I've got quite a bit of gray in my hair.
Oh, see.
We sound different.
All right.
We joke different.
Bill will be the guy with the gray hair.
And I imagine different clothes. I think people will be able to figure it out.
Are you sure of that?
But Sean is great. Sean is one of my favorites.
Very funny.
Very funny, dude.
Next week on the program, I'll have passes for you to get to Monster Jam. Those are 4 packs if you dig Monster Jam. If it's been too long since you've seen Grave Digger and El Toro Loco and your favorite Monster Jam trucks, that is the 16th through the 18th of next month at the Romo Fijo. And I'll have those tickets for you next week. If you want to go see the Sum 41 Farewell Tour, the Cleveland stop is in September at Blossom. Get you set up for that. Cavs tickets, Charge tickets, and if you're a fan of Rob Schneider, he's doing MGM Northfield Park on February the 24th. So all of that next week on the program. Cavs off tonight, a walloping of the Bucks here in Cleveland last night. Off tonight and tomorrow, and then Saturday they are in Atlanta to play the Hawks. So 7:30 is when that will start up for you here on MMS, your FM flagship home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball, 100.7 WMMS. And I always want to find when I went to the game last night, and I always want to find. Get to the broadcast booth and just start banging on the door. I like one of these times. I'd like to be invited in there. You know how sometimes they'll get people in there and they'll just kind of chew the fat with them.
Yeah,
goof around, joke around.
Well, they don't even have a broadcast booth. It's just the perch.
That's what I mean. Perch. Like where they do their thing.
Yeah, you don't have to knock on the door. It's just right there. I've sat next to.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
I've sat next to Tim Alcorn, and then he just hands me his notes when he's done. To look at them, and I'm like, this is really cool.
I don't need the notes.
I liked it.
What do the notes say?
They're just copy and then stats and stuff like that. So just so he has something to reference as the quarter's going on, so he can keep track of how many minutes people played, how many points and rebounds they have, stuff like that. And I remember.
Does he have LeBron doesn't play here anymore circled in red
Sharpie
at the top?
So he doesn't need that. Okay. He knows what's going on. He knows who's on the roster. But he's good. He's very, very good.
Well, yeah, he knows who's on the roster.
I know.
That's all you need to know.
Tim Alcorn is. I'm a fan. We've been blessed with really great sports broadcasters in this city across the board, from the Browns having
blessed.
I mean, really, Jim Donovan's incredible. Hammy is the best. And then
The late Joe Tate.
Joe Tate was incredible. But Tim Alcorn and Mike
Snyder.
Mike
John
Snyder.
Michael.
John Michael is incredible, too. So, like, we've had really great guys. And Fred McLeod when he was still with us. Like,
Rip Fred.
Just Michael Regai was great. There's so many great broadcasters. And I know this because I watch out of market games. So I see who the local broadcasters are for other NBA teams. And some of them are okay, but a lot of them are bad. Like, they are not good. And I'm not just being objective, or I'm not just being like a homer here. Like, some of them are really bad.
Understood. Yeah, well, you kind of get what you get as you're going around the league. When I was a kid, the guy that called the Bulls games was a guy named Chuck Swirsky. I don't know if he's still around. I think he went to the Pistons many years later. But we had Wayne Larrivee and we had Chuck Swirsky. These guys talk like this. So, when we have Bulls games on the radio, that's what I grew up listening. Guys will talk like this. But they were good at it. But that was all I knew. That was all I associated with. Because you had Harry Carey, who you couldn't understand at all. Like everybody did. It was literally like listening to, what's his name?
Yeah.
Who's John Caponera. And then the guys that would call the Bulls games. Come on, go. That whole thing. So, yeah, the guys here are good. They're less pukey. But, sometimes that kind of voice, it's like a little warm blanket when you're
hit up
listening
Tim
to
Alcorn and see if you can. I mean, we know people that know him.
I'm not doing that.
Do you want me to do it for you?
Nope. Not doing
You want me to be a little conduit?
Nope. I don't need a conduit. Fully capable of doing things myself.
But you said you wanted to do it.
I said,
and then you changed your
mind. Well, not under those circumstances.
Where you have to ask?
No, I wanted to. I forgot they were on the perch.
You want to go into a room?
Yes. I don't want to be on a perch. You got to be in a room.
Great. Perch is
you got to be in a room.
I like that perch. Those are some of my favorite seats in Romo Fijo.
I don't want to be sitting there in the perch. It's good enough for Jim Brockmeyer. It's good enough to be in the room. If you do listen to us on iHeartRadio, the little talkback button there, a lot of people like to leave us quick messages there.
Come on, whiz bang. You can't possibly believe that the people that swindled your comic books from you aren't the exact same people that stole your MP3 player from a decade ago. Yeah, sure, it's two different states, but people stealing MP3 players start out in Ohio and then swiftly graduate to comic book thieves in Florida.
That is, wow. That is the best.
You are a whiz bang for not figuring that out on your own.
Sometimes I need help from out there. That is really the best explanation I've heard of that whole series of events when I lost my iPod.
It's called the long con. First, we're going to steal his iPod. And then 10 years later.
You imagine if I finally got my comics back, I open it up and my iPod is in there.
But no comics?
Yeah, that guy was right. He was right on top of it. Man. Well, listen, I'm going to hang on to your message, sir. And that's going to... All right. And that's going to be one more... Cleveland Orchestra, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be one more piece of evidence that I can use to build my case against this company. iPod. And see, that was the kicker, too, is I was so lamenting the loss of my iPod when we lived in Ohio City, and it was my fault because it clearly had fallen out of my backpack, and somebody found it and clearly took it. So that was on me. But I was so crestfallen because I had so much music on that iPod, and then when I replaced it, it was basically like when streaming was really starting to blow up. So, like, everybody got rid of their iPods. I know some people still use them because it's just a hard drive of music on it, but, I mean, my iPod, the one that I used to replace, and It's sitting on my desk in the basement. I don't ever use it. And I consider it a dark spot in my music-enjoying career. But nevertheless. Are we all going to be signing up for the porn ID if they pass this bill? Ohio, the forward-thinking and progressive minds there in Columbus are trying to be the next state to pass a law that would require people to verify their age. And I got to tell you, theoretically, I don't think that's a bad. I mean, they're like, we want people under 18, to not be consuming porn or whatever. I don't actually have a problem with that. But there's no way. How would you possibly enforce that?
Face ID.
But there's so many ways around it. So many ways around it.
With Face ID?
They're not going to do Face ID.
But they could.
They could, but they're not going to do that. And, of course, the porn companies are all like, this is dangerous because it's depriving people of their privacy. I mean, where is privacy more important than in the world of people looking at porn? Yeah.
Yeah, you would just click, like when I was underage looking at porn, you just click, I am 18, or you click the year, because it used to ask you. Age
go
verification.
to the website of a beer company. Are you 21? Yes, that's all I need to hear. Here's what we got on tap this month.
Good job.
Yep.
You can't even look at a beer website unless you're 21.
Correct.
You got to put in your ID, or you put in your date of birth.
Put in the age. Yeah.
You just have to click.
You just put 1/1/1929, and they go, welcome.
You pick. Yeah, I have never been to a beer website, so I wouldn't know.
Now this is a bipartisan bill, by the way, because it's not, out of all of the things that come out of state houses, all of the proposed litigation that can be bananas, this isn't the wildest thing to come down the pipe. You can at least understand the logic behind it. It is bipartisan. A lot of other states, it's just Republicans because of course, they hate porn. They're the party of forced birth at all costs, and there's a lot of pulling out in porn, so they don't like that.
But here everybody getting ideas.
Yeah. Here in Ohio, it's bipartisan. But again, there's a billion ways to get around it. So I don't know what the point would be. I think we would be the 9th state to do it. Now, and they're just modeling this bill after that. But, and all of these porn lobbying groups, they sue when these states pass these laws. They're just proposing this bill in Ohio, but there are a bunch of other states where it has become a law. The usual suspects, Utah, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, the states where they don't want anybody to have any indication as to how sex works. But they're going to try it in Ohio. So see what happens there. Require ID or age. So this is where the language gets so sloppy. You need an ID or age verification service. And you can just put in a birth date. So in some states, when these companies have sued, it either gets tossed or it gets blocked or it gets appealed or something. Because porn's big business. The company, Pornhub's traffic dropped by 80% in Louisiana. I guess they're not familiar with VPNs there yet.
Well,
it's a pain in the ass.
So that would actually mean that they are familiar with VPNs.
Why?
Because it would say that you are using the website from a different state.
Well, but they can still see traffic, right? They'd still see where it was coming from.
No, that's the whole point of a VPN.
That's so. But wouldn't Pornhub still know where stuff's... Wouldn't they be able to see where it's coming from?
No. The whole point of a VPN is it routes it so that...
You spoof your location elsewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm too dumb for that. I just want to watch I'm an old school porn watcher. I just want to watch it in the comfort of my own home.
I like how watching it is old school. You didn't have to hide a penthouse in a stump.
Yeah.
What do we... No, yeah.
You're too young to have ever had magazine porn. You've grown up with online pornography.
Well, because if my mom was watching porn, she probably had like a lockbox or something. There was my mom didn't have that stuff. No. So if anything, it would be from me, and my brother would have a porn collection, and I would find it, and he would kick open my door like, "Where's my porn?"
You were selling it at school.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. You said you were.
I don't remember.
Statute of limitations is up, bud. You're fine.
I think you're okay.
Yeah, like, so it wasn't.
I want the FBI to kick open that door and be like, we got him.
For DVDs I sold back in 2006? Like, it got me when it was, 2007, 2008?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Once a pornographer, always a pornographer.
And they're like, we're not even mad that you sold them. Did you burn these? You cut out a business?
It's all Japanese where they pixelate the crotch. That's no fun. Well, there's your sperm news right there. Sperm news! Way to go, Ohio. Another $1,000 right here. A chance for you to grab some money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
A group of doctors have weighed in on how frequently people should change their underwear.
Excuse me.
We're talking yesterday about how people are getting frustrated in the retail side because stores, largely like places like San Francisco or places that are having, localized big problems of shoplifting. But that's, something once one store does it, they're going to start making it corporate policy or whatever. And it'll trickle down. We were talking yesterday about how a lot of places now are going to start locking up things like socks and underwear. Doctors say that if you don't change your underwear frequently enough, it could have an impact on your health.
Yeah, no crap. Well, I didn't mean that.
That might be the problem.
That's another benefit of changing your underwear frequently.
Well, and again, I think back to when you guys tell these stories that always blow me away because of how people eat. And so you talk about people who have just bowel depleting toilet habits or hygiene, whatever. So there are probably a lot of people who aren't changing their underwear as frequently as maybe they should. Especially if you figure...
You can take big sloppy dumps and still have...
A clean butt.
But
here's my question. Well, get to what they said. Did they say every day?
Every day.
Okay, good.
All day, every day.
If you don't do anything else, change your underwear, give it a little clean wipe, go. If that's the least you're going to do for the day.
Wait, give what a clean wipe?
Your privates.
You said
like a washcloth. I have an it.
Well, so do I.
I don't have more than one thing.
It. Give it. I didn't know if you meant the underwear or your body.
No.
Gotcha.
Just turn it inside out?
No.
Good day, too.
I would swallow my pride. Turn it inside out. Oh, God.
I mean, there are reversible undies out there.
Are there? Why would there be? Why would there be? Yeah, they all are. You like fundies where they're made of fruit roll-ups? You just eat them off somebody?
And they're not as good as fruit roll-ups, by the way.
I'm a person who loves comfortable underpants when I sleep, and then
as opposed to most people who prefer to wear wool underpants.
Well, a guy told me
nice
you're not supposed to sleep in your underwear. You're supposed to wear pajama pants or shorts and no underwear.
Oh, free ball when you sleep?
It needs to breathe. He was like, ooh, your D's gonna be all stinky in the morning. I said, well, my D's not sweaty in the morning, so I don't know if I'm doing it wrong, but
and a lot of people shower in the morning anyway, so
well, I like wearing underwear because it's probably a irrational fear, but I think whatever little bugs crawl on you and eat your dead skin while you're sleeping, I don't want it to crawl in in the hole there. So I just
they're microscopic, right?
Well, I still feel it's a peace of mind that my privates are covered.
I'm the same way though, not because of a weird bug thing. I can even if I'm alone in a hotel with locked doors, I cannot sleep comfortably without at least a t-shirt and underwear on. At very, very least. I said this yesterday, I like to sleep in clothes.
Yeah, because you don't want anybody with nefarious intent zeroing in on you from the snail trail.
It's not even that.
Even if I'm at home.
Just what you're used to.
I don't like being naked in bed.
You don't like being bottomless in bed?
Not without underwear on,
That's
no.
the
I feel like
best. Naked in
Roots
bed
is
is
just
the
out
best.
and everything's, I don't know. It's just, it makes me uncomfortable.
Well, this doctor says it might seem obvious to a lot of people, but it is also not obvious to a lot of other people.
That makes sense. That
Change your underwear every day. I think that's usually how math works out, too. A lot of people know this, but a lot of people also don't know this.
I don't know. I kind of like
the vast minority does not know.
Vast minority. Changing your underwear every day helps lower the risk of moisture being trapped in your area and developing bacterial yeast infections. It can also affect your skin. That's something that would affect Poundcake. It increase your risk of rashes and irritation. There's nothing better than sleeping naked. It is
I
the
disagree.
best.
Well, I don't like it all flopping around.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Like, I got a lot, and it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, but Mary, you're not flopping around. Poundcake and I are flopping around.
Your boobs are out.
You're wearing a bra to bed?
No, but I wear a shirt.
Yeah, but that's not going to keep you from flopping around.
But it won't be out.
Oh, well, you said flopping. Or he said
yeah, you flop in a shirt, but not like they're out of a cover.
Yeah.
You're covered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mary, you'll never understand what it's like to like kick your balls like while you're sleeping. Like that's.
I'm
very
going to go on record. I don't know what it's like to kick my balls either.
I don't either.
What are
Kick
you
my
talking
own
about?
balls while I'm sleeping?
Oh, so I'm the only one that kicks his balls while he
Are
sleeps.
you dreaming about being a rockette? What's happening?
No.
He's river dancing when he's getting REM sleep.
It's very uncomfortable. I don't like that.
You have very long balls?
Well, they're very heavy, and
They're very heavy.
Weigh it down, yeah.
But I would think that would keep them from moving if they were heavy. They'd be more stationary.
No, they're clackers, and they hang low.
Clackers. All right.
So you do got long balls.
Yeah.
He's Johnny Longballs
Like
over
the dog
here.
and Joe Dirt.
Aw, poor guy.
Got a couple of clackers.
Is there surgery for that? Can you get your
yes,
sack
people
sewn
get it
up?
all the time.
Like if they sack too low,
They get Dr. Berglund could probably advise you on that. I'm sure they do
a couple inches off,
scrotal shortening or something like that.
Could you imagine telling people like I know everyone's not as open
nip
as
and
me,
tuck.
but like if you're at work and you're like, guys, I need this day off. I'm having surgery. Like, oh my God, what's wrong? Like, oh, I'm getting my scrotal replacement surgery, or just like
It's called scrotoplasty.
Scrotal.
A scrotal lift.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Like, it'll be quick recovery, couple days max. I would film it. If I had to get something like that, I would totally film it.
Johnny Longballs left work, but he came back as Frankie Shortballs. They say it's not a difficult procedure, and it can boost a man's self-confidence.
Absolutely.
You don't want to look like Alec Baldwin midway through Glengarry Glen Ross.
And it hurts. Like, you know,
kicking your own balls in your sleep sounds
And
very painful.
You got to stick it down a pant leg, and then people think, oh, wow, he's packing. Like, nope, it's just my balls.
This guy, wow. And another piece of the puzzle falls into place.
Like, he's well endowed. I'm like, yeah.
Just my balls.
Just my balls. All balls, no pipe.
And both or just one?
12 inches of sack.
Some people might be into that.
Mm-hmm. We're playing them Saturday night.
12 inches of sack?
Yeah. On our metal show. I'll break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can watch the show live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken in time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts if any. Valid 1/15 through 1/26. Subject to change.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I was reading about they're going to make a movie. They're doing a Anthony Kiedis biopic. He did a memoir. They said it's an international bestseller. Anthony Kiedis did a book called Scar Tissue. Get it?
Ah.
And Brian Grazer.
It's like their song.
That's a big name. He and Ron Howard. That's Imagine Entertainment, I think, right? Brian Grazer is going to be producing the Anthony Kiedis biopic film. He's optioned the rights to the New York Times bestseller Scar Tissue. I wonder who will play him. Of course, Anthony Kiedis, longtime frontman for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I think Flea should play him.
You just put
Flea's
a wig
an
on him.
actor.
Yeah. I mean, Anthony Kiedis has been in movies, right? He was in The Chase. Were they both in The Chase with Charlie Sheen?
Oh, yeah,
Were they there with
yeah.
Hank Rollins? And
Yeah.
I think Flea was in. Was Flea in The Big Lebowski? Was he one of the nihilists?
I think he was, yeah.
Anthony Kiedis, an artist, an addict, a ringleader. His tales, of course, if you're a Chili Peppers fan, you know full well the story of Anthony Kiedis, as he's poured himself out on stage for many, many years. So we'll see what happens there. I can't wait for the trailer. In a world where everything is ding, dang, ding, long, ding-a-dang, dong. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Comes a story. Gee, I wonder what state they'll set it in.
My guess, Wisconsin.
Montana. Oh. So these biopics are coming fast and furious. You know, Straight Outta Compton was a lot of fun. They did a good job with that movie.
I like that one.
Anthony Kiedis from
Grandma's favorite movie
Grand
is...
Rapids, Michigan. Grandma's favorite movie is Straight Outta Compton?
No, her favorite movie is a biopic. It's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
She loves that movie. People love a biopic.
Yeah, so, you know, more to the point, maybe if it's based on Kiedis' book, then it's probably not going to be like that Motley Crue movie where MGK played Tommy Lee. It'll be maybe more along the lines of something else. Red Hot Chili Peppers, of course, in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as well. They got in over 10 years ago, 2012. So that's very exciting. Anybody who writes a book, whether they cop to it or not, hopes that it could eventually be turned into a movie. And that's what spurs a lot of people to write their life story. You know, even if you're not really well known, there's people like, I'm going to write a book about my life because it's compelling and it's got interesting stories in it, you know, irrespective of whether or not people know me. And then sometimes that can be turned into a film. And that can be a lot of fun. You know, someday Poundcake will write a book. And it might be turned into a film. Who knows?
My biopic would be nuts. Literally.
Because they're so long.
It'd be a long movie.
The movie would be long. The nuts would be long. All of it would be long.
I think it would be really interesting to tell my story.
I'm sure you do.
Think about, I mean, you guys know my personality on air. Think about all the stuff I don't tell you. Like, think about the stuff that y'all don't know.
I can't think about it. I don't know it.
How do I know what I don't know?
Yeah, how am I
You
supposed to
said
think
it
about what I
yourself.
don't know?
Until you know it.
That's
know.
right.
Yeah.
You don't know.
So I
You're
can't think
trying to
about
teach
it.
us stuff.
But I'm just
You
saying.
don't know what you don't know until you know it.
There's a bunch.
Yeah, but you told us to think about the stuff that we don't know, and we can't do that. You have to tell us.
Well, just know it's juicy.
Give me a taste.
No, I don't know. I'm gonna save it for my book.
I mean, you're trying to get a good word of mouth on the book that you haven't written yet.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. There's a bunch of stuff.
All right.
A bunch of stuff seems like you'd be really quick to come up with something.
No, I have to think. The one time I almost drowned, my brother was, we were at my aunt's house in a swimming pool, and my brother thought it would be fun to flip over my floating bed. He didn't realize that that my arms were underneath like the little pillow area, so I couldn't swim, and I was just dangling there like, a turtle on its back. And
you think that's going to make it in the movie?
It was a very dramatic point.
But like, how does it tie into the rest of your life?
I almost drowned? You asked me to think of something off the cuff. I don't know.
I mean, I almost drowned as a kid, but I wouldn't put that in a book.
I think we've all almost drowned. I was in Lake Erie, almost drowned.
I've ever drowned. Almost drowned.
Well, you better
I've
go
always
jump
been
in a
very
river.
good in the water. Hey,
Mary, how do you expect people to watch the movie of the book you wrote if there's no almost drowning story in it?
What's your almost dead story then?
I don't know. The 6 times I crashed cars while I was a blackout.
Yeah, but you can't remember those that well, so
I've almost died plenty of times.
All of you had a near-death experience. I don't think knock on wood, I've never had a near-death experience. I don't think.
You're having one right now.
You don't shut up, I'm going to come down there and kill you. A near-death experience. I try to keep it to near-life experiences, guys. Nothing. Near life. What, Cody?
All of you got held up at gunpoint before?
Yep.
Yeah. A couple times.
No, I've never been held up at gunpoint.
Well, your tenure
Gun
in New York
and
hasn't
knife.
even taken off yet, Mary.
I know.
It'll happen. Don't you worry about it.
Soon enough.
Yep, you'll catch up to us.
Bill, I know Alan's because he said he lived in the hood, but where was yours?
The Philippines.
Yeah, but you know what? It never happened.
Held up with the musket?
It never happened to
Well,
me.
they have guns there.
But it really
It's going to blow your mind. They have guns.
It happened to me one time at my front door. I got pistol whipped. But the other times, it wasn't because of the terrible neighborhood I was living in. It was a guy walked in. I was working retail. A guy walked in and put a gun in my face. Somebody came from behind an alley and tried to mug me. It had nothing to do other than like the one time at my front door.
What did you say? Were you sassy? Like, so this is what it is? You gonna pull a gun on me? It's like that?
That's it. Verbatim. It's like you were in my head. That's exactly what I said. I said, it's going to be like that then, is it? And then I pulled out a white glove and I slapped him in the face. And I said, I demand satisfaction.
We just walked down an alley because everything's like a maze in the Philippines. And we walked down this one and a guy just pointed a gun at us and said, turn around. And we're like, okay. And we walked back. So it wasn't like he wasn't robbing us or anything.
You interrupted him robbing somebody else.
No, he just said, we don't want you here. So we left.
Ooh.
And then the other time, a guy followed me.
That's polite.
And my companion up a stairwell with a knife, and we disarmed him. And that's the story that I tell on stage, but I tell a different version of it that's funnier.
That you left a man with no arms.
What? Yeah, disarmed. Oh, God.
I had to pay you back for some. I had to pay you back for some 41 yesterday.
Oh, now you're having a near-death experience.
Oh no, I'm having a full death experience right now. I'm fully dying. Everyone is almost drowned. It's a regular cold reading go-to for psychics. I see you almost drowning. There's a lot of people who haven't. Mary's the most.
Buoyant.
No, she's the most. Jesus Christ, she is the most open to psychics of all of us, and she's never had a near drowning experience.
What does that have to do with psychics?
Because this person said
so
many people that it's a regular go-to for psychics.
Oh.
When they're doing a reading, I see that you almost drowned, because most people go, yeah, because it's so common. Poundcake's book, Thoughts and Prayers. I think we've laid that one down before.
We've
right?
had a few because there was the
My Deepest Thoughts. And
I don't remember this.
Yeah. So, but again, my point was, you're going to put whatever you think was a turning point in your life in your book. And me almost drowning, that wouldn't be something I would put in a book.
No, I'm just saying I'm trying to share the stuff that I haven't shared on air. Like, I didn't know off the top of my head something that was like super important or.
Listen, there's a lot of stuff I haven't shared on air either, but it's because it's not interesting.
Fair enough. But I couldn't think of something off the cuff. I don't know. I don't know if I had a turning point in my life.
What's your least interesting story?
So
the one about the birds that he told on Weekend Cox that one time.
Bluesy, my grandmother's bird who passed away. Bluesy's dead.
Bluesy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. So,
I mean, it did, but it wasn't my bird. It was about a bird.
Yeah.
Bird. Yeah.
Hey, Alan, I'm catching up on the podcast, listening to Friday's show where you talked about personalities that would belong on the Mount Rushmore of radio. And I can't believe that you left out Alan Almond of Detroit's Pillow Talk show. Now, I'm sure you regret this omission, so perhaps you could hit the post on Hard to Say I'm Sorry by Chicago and do it in your best Alan Almond impersonation, of course.
Are you guys hip to Alan Almond?
No.
Oh, God, I love this guy. He died some years ago. He was never publicly photographed. Obviously, the people who knew him and worked with him, and every so often somebody would interview him, but he was never publicly photographed. You know, in the 80s and 90s, there were a lot of radio stations that had these night shows. His was called Pillow Talk. This was on WNIC in Detroit. When I was on in Detroit some years ago, I was hoping that I would meet him, but the opportunity never arose, and he died some years ago. He was like late 60s. He wasn't super old. They found him in his apartment in suburban Detroit. But he was on for like 30 years, and he did a show called Pillow Talk. And when I had first moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan, people knew who this guy was, but I didn't, because I didn't know. He was on in Detroit, and he would do, I'm sure Cleveland had a show like this too, right? They'd call it like Night Moves, or his was called Pillow Talk, and he would just do these long monologues.
I just know that they had like the syndicated version of with Corolla. What was that one?
No, that's Sex Talk or the Dr. Drew show?
Dr. Drew show.
Loveline.
Yeah. Loveline, yeah.
No. This was like, here, I'll play some for you. So he would talk, there's a song by Kool and the Gang called Summer Madness, and he would talk over a Summer Madness bed. And the show was on like 8 to midnight or, you know, and he would just talk.
You've been listening to Pillow Talk. My name is Alan Almond, and it's the witching hour.
It's 1983, right? So this is back when
this is great.
These were a big deal back in the day. And every city had one. And Alan Almond in Detroit, God, what a grab, that person who left that message. Alan Almond.
Well, that's about going to wrap it up for a Monday night.
That's a quick show.
Turn out the lights and say goodnight.
This is a scope tape. It's not the whole thing. But I'll tell you what, this is one of these old school guys whose voice was so amazing, he just loved to hear himself talk. So he would stretch out these, you could never do it now.
He's taking his time.
He's
got good pipes, so I get
Great
that.
pipes.
Some Art Nico.
I just don't know how you talk about pillows that much.
Always, and I want you to stay tuned.
Well, there was no Mike Lindell back then, you know.
Featuring the
wasn't
music
my
of
pillow,
Journey.
it was our pillow.
Until 12:30. And once again, I'd like to take just a second to thank you very, very much for spending this time with me.
So I can't imitate Alan Almond because my voice doesn't do that. But.
I mean, you just got to get really deep on there, but even that, that's
those
tough.
of you in the lounges.
I mean, he did this thing for 30 years, and he'd be like, "Sweet dreams, Angel." You know, he was talking to, this guy was just like an audio panty dropper. It was like the top, this is a night show for Christ's sake, and it was like the top show in Detroit for a while. He was, at the height of this show, he was the highest paid non-syndicated radio host in the country. Night host. Because every market had these shows.
Wonderful, wonderful night. And a good day tomorrow, and smile, and we'll see you soon.
All right, I got to get more of him talking sexy. That's just him kind of addressing the crowd. But he would do these things called Make-A-Wish. And it wasn't...
Oh, to help kids.
Nope, wasn't him talking to sick kids.
Is for the child in you and I tonight. This is Make-A-Wish, a fun little thing we do about this time of the night. And it's so easy, it's so simple. All you have to do is put your head on my shoulder and close your eyes. And
Poundcake, you should be doing this on your podcast, by the way. Yeah.
Well, no, that's too
Make your
much of a
voice
whisper.
deep.
It's too what?
That's too much of a whisper.
Too much of a whisper.
Close your eyes and feel my arms around you.
It's something. Yeah, put that music underneath. Something could happen there. Alan Almond. Yeah. Wow.
Do I make it move?
Well, he's talking to.
Do you feel the goosebumps?
He was talking to ladies.
Well, I'm not. I am
Ladies, imagine.
I know. But this guy was like, this guy never worked anywhere else. He's born and raised in Detroit. His parents like owned a flower shop or something, and he just, he's probably one of those dudes where he probably had that voice when he was 15. But he was never publicly photographed. I mean, people that knew him said he looked like he had like a bushy, white dude, bushy mustache, and they're like, but that was smart. Every time there was a picture of him or something, he'd be holding something in front of his face. And that station is still on the air, but I don't know that anybody does. In Chicago, we had The Quiet Storm was the show that we had. It was on the Smooth Jazz station, and a lady did, a woman named Denai Alexander. It was a station that when I was in radio sales before I came to Cleveland, I worked for that radio station, and so I knew her a little bit. But she was the one that did that show. When I was a kid, I remember The Quiet Storm. And I'm sure Cleveland had one too. Back in the day, I'm sure people who were born and bred here can tell me who The Quiet Storm dude was here in Cleveland. Alan, that voice made me make a mess in my pants.
I don't know. Underwear.
I think our quiet storm was a woman, and it was Kim Sellers, if I'm not mistaken.
You might be right. Again, I mean, but that Kool and the Gang Summer Madness is a great song. Somebody said Freddie James was on ZAK back in the day.
I was gonna say WZAK was always the quiet storm, and whenever they talk about just sit back, relax, run a bath, I'm like, oh, it's going down. He told us to run a bath and light some candles. Ooh, what they playing?
Dip your long balls into a warm bath.
Poundcake's literally teabagging his tub.
Whenever they say run a bath, I know it's about to be popping. I'm like, okay, get the Boys to Men. I would grab my lube. I'm like, it's about to be on it. Pop it.
Yeah. Alan, how can Poundcake write a book? He's scared of everything. Well, that's where you got to put a little bit of showbiz into it. That's where you have to embellish some of your stories. And he's a good embellisher.
And I could write, I'll be self-deprecating.
My life driving the speed limit. That's what you should call it.
My life as the cowardly lion. Been searching my whole life for courage. I never had a dad.
I only had the knife.
And I just had to, muster up the courage to do everything.
Never had a dad.
Never had. Yeah, I'll play you guys just like I play my mom. I really want this for Christmas. We can't afford it. Yeah, I know we're not a two-parent household. I know I don't have a dad. I get it.
I know our dog got stolen.
I know you guys can't afford this book. I know you guys are starving right now, but a gay black man in America just trying to make his way, and I never had a dad, so I'm just trying to, do something good for the community. Mm-hmm. Did it work? You guys gonna buy my book?
I mean,
No.
I would buy it, yeah.
Yeah.
It needs a bit more, but...
I'll guilt you.
Mm-hmm. Miss Poundcake, ladies and gentlemen, and you draw a bath.
In that bath water, light some candles, and the next 4 hours is just gonna be me, you, and the sweet, supple sounds of Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Boys to Men, and Tony Braxton.
All right. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, turn on an effect. Satan.
Yeah.
Sensuous Satan.
I can smell that.
Draw back. Dip those long balls in the water.
That nice aromatherapy.
Swish them back and forth. Like the oars of a rowboat. Go ahead. Lay back. Put your balls on my shoulder.
Put your balls
on my shoulder.
Lay your balls.
Put your balls on my shoulder.
Baby.
Put your balls on my... No, not that way. Put your balls on my shoulder. Maybe that one.
Oh, yeah. Get yourself some chamomile tea. Get in here with me, baby. It's almost time to get into bed.
This is making me uncomfortable. You're making it move.
Almost time to get into bed, baby.
Make sure you got all your clothes on when we get into bed, so nothing flops around.
While you're shaving those creases, listen to the wonderful sounds.
Creases.
Get into those creases.
Get into them creases, baby. Does it feel like your pants are getting tighter? That's good. Oh, that's good, baby. I want you to put all your clothes on before we get into bed. Yeah, that seems counterintuitive, doesn't it, baby? But don't you worry about it. The only thing gonna be flopping around in here is me.
Pity flop.
I'm gonna put a bath bomb in your ass. Yeah, that's right. How you like it?
You said you're gonna put a bath bomb in my ass?
That's what I heard.
I'm gonna put a bath bomb in your ass. That's right, you heard me. Don't talk back. That's right.
This is hot.
It's what's that show called? Pillow Talk. Yeah. You're talking to your pillow, aren't you? You're saying, hey, why don't you rub them long balls all over my pillow?
Long balls. God. Anyway, thank you. So whoever left that message, thank you so much for dropping the Alan Almond thing on me, because man, I love that guy. All right, I got a break here. Hey, comedian Sean Patton is in town. He's doing a couple shows with young Bill Squire tonight and tomorrow night around the corner at Hilarities. So we'll catch up with him after the break. I will have another $1,000 for you. The next keyword to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie is coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated. Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll.
21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
From the Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
free, confidential support. You don't have to hide how you feel. Text, call, or chat anytime.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction.
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Static X and Seven Dust? It's always a ton of fun when those guys are in town. The co-headlining run brings them to the world-famous Agora on Thursday night. It's February 22nd. You can go to agoracleveland.com if you want details on the show. Caller 10, you get these. I will see you there. Static X and Seven Dust. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000, by the way, in about 10 minutes. Maybe 8. Shot for you to grab some cash from the Buzzard bookie, so listen for that on the way. Comedian Sean Patton is here. He is one of your favorite comics, even if you don't realize it yet.
That's my favorite. Can I coin that?
Absolutely.
I'm going to put that in quotes, Alan Cox.
It's all yours.
Thank you. That's the best.
Favorite radio host, even if you don't know it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
He is.
There we are.
He is at Hilarities tonight and tomorrow. This is one of these kind of parachute in, parachute out deals. Sean and Bill Squire. 7 o'clock tonight and 7 o'clock tomorrow night. 2 shows.
Wait, Bill, are you on the show?
Yeah, I'm going to be on the show.
Oh, hell yeah.
And,
we do look like we're auditioning for the same part.
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier. How are we going to tell you guys apart tonight?
And then you're going to be in Columbus on Saturday, correct?
Then I'm going to be in Columbus on Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have plenty of bureau chiefs down there, right? We got people that listen in Columbus, so if you're down that way.
You know, how far? I got to drive that. What is that, 2 hours?
2 hours, not bad.
Perfect. You know, last time I was in Cleveland, I was here in April opening for David Cross.
Okay.
At the Agora?
At the Agora, yeah.
Right? And that day, David's a huge baseball fan, and we land, and we get a call. He gets a call from his manager, like, hey, do you want to throw out the first pitch at the Guardians game?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a huge baseball guy, so he was like, absolutely. So we're like driving in. As we pull in to the stadium, it's like, rained out.
Oh,
right?
That sucks.
And we're like, but they're like, hey, we still got to go out on the field. And he did throw a pitch, but just not at home base. And he did.
Yeah.
Like it just down. But the guy gave us I hope this guy, I can't remember his name, such a sweet dude, but he's like, do you want a tour of the stadium? And we're like, absolutely. And at first it's like, here's where the players are. There's a locker room. Here's the VIP boxes. Here's the radio where you can see here's where the game's called. And then it starts getting more like, and here's where I like to have lunch. And then it's getting more
and they kind of run out of the...
Yeah.
You got to stop in the tour with where you like to have lunch. That's not
And then at one point he's like, and this is my desk. And we're like, all right, man, we got to go. They're like, thank you. But
this is Agora, buddy.
You're taking a selfie with the desk.
Yeah.
It was my trip to Cleveland.
But we were in there for a long time, and we got all kinds of Guardians gear that I forgot to bring with me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a dummy.
Well, I've told the story here a million times, but I had only been in town a couple of years, and they asked me to throw out the first pitch. And you just, have you ever done that? Have you ever,
thrown out a first pitch?
Yeah.
I've not, but I've thrown a baseball, because I know it's...
See, I have too, and so you go into it, but I was like, I don't want to screw this up at all.
Yeah.
And so I pretty much came to the conclusion that I had over-prepared.
Yeah.
Because I just, hit it in the dirt. I don't think well, Bill, everybody breaks my balls. I don't think I fully embarrassed myself, but it was the same. The guy after me was like this. It was senior day with some other group.
Yeah.
And this old dude behind me just sails it across.
Just throws
it. It was just
pitch.
a beautiful pitch.
But, it's also when suddenly 30,000 people are watching, or however many come, and you're like, okay.
There's a little bit of nerves in it.
There's got to be a little. Because also, man, imagine... think about the guy who has never even played. 'Cause some of those people have never even It seems like they invite people sometimes who are just celebrities.
Yeah, or they're part of an organization that's there that day.
Right. They're like, oh, I got to throw this. And they've probably never thrown a thing ever in their life.
It's beginner's luck for a lot of people, yeah.
Or that's where they discover the next, what's that kid? What was that movie where the kid, Rookie of the Year?
Rookie of the Year.
Where he trips on a baseball and then all of a sudden he's a great pitcher.
Yeah, right? You know how sometimes you dislocate your arm and all of a sudden,
Well,
yeah.
Also, the practice, they probably, if he didn't get the contract with the Cubs, they definitely could have sued him because I've never seen someone get surgery on their arm and then they put it in place like this, up at an angle. Like usually it's in a sling.
Yeah. Wait,
but they had it straight up.
Oh, yeah. Wait, are you guys baseball fans?
Yes.
So what do you think about the new rules?
I like them.
Yeah, Bill?
I've been for integration the whole time.
Now try winning some games.
Oh.
What rule are you talking about?
About the pitch clock and all
that.
that.
Yeah, I think it all helped. I think it was all okay.
Because I also went to my first ever baseball game last year of the team that shall not be named in the city that is also on a lake. That team is an infant predator. The Chicago Cubs. So that was my first.
I'm a White Sox fan. So
there you go.
Yeah.
First game ever, and I went, and it was done in 2 hours. I'm like, that was fantastic. And you talk to other hardcore baseball fans, like, it's nonsense.
Yeah.
I like being at a park for 4.5 hours drinking. I'm like, you're an alcoholic. You can just do that.
Right. Yeah.
You can still just drink.
You can still just go drink for 5 hours.
I mean,
straight.
my thought was always there because when I hear people complain about baseball, my thought is like, well, you probably don't really like baseball then. Like, if you say you're a baseball fan, you kind of take everything that comes with it.
Sure.
I'm not complaining about getting out a little earlier of a game, right? But I do like baseball.
I also like, it's like, I don't, like, you hear, I've never, like I said, I'm new to baseball as a fan, but like hearing these stories about guys like stepping out and, taking 15 minutes between swings. I'm like, the new rules prevent me from having to watch an athlete think or be superstitious.
Right.
Now they have to play the whole game.
Right.
Oh, dang. I love it.
The original OCD is baseball players out there tapping the inside of their foot and tapping their head and, But you don't have you're from New Orleans. You don't have a home baseball team, right?
The closest baseball team to New Orleans is the Houston Astros. And for some reason, Houston and New Orleans have this weird, playful rivalry. I think most southern cities have that rivalry.
Why didn't they ask you to play Richard Simmons?
Oh, buddy.
He's from New Orleans.
Is he? Yeah. I was on a flight with him once where he sang the announcements. The like, remember where the mask comes from, the ceiling. Like he did the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm like, this flight's gonna crash, isn't it? Because it was one of those like, of course I'm on the flight that Richard Simmons dies on.
Yeah, because then
but it didn't.
You don't
it
get to
not.
be the lead story.
No, I mean back then I wouldn't have been, but like. It would be now I wouldn't have been, but who is playing him? Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny we were talking about this yesterday because Richard Simmons has been a recluse for like 10 years. Like he hasn't come out of his house.
Yeah.
What it took for him to release a statement, unfortunately, was Pauly Shore playing him in a movie. Because today Richard Simmons is like, I don't like this. I'm not in favor of this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't sign off on it.
No.
Oh my God, because those guys are like cut from the same cloth.
I think he was worried that Pauly was going to make him look effeminate.
Oh,
identical.
Whoa! You guys hear that?
Mary
Scared the hell out of me.
The bejesus.
Just like
hi.
Mary, I was like, Alan says effeminate, and you just appear. Hi, hey, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, hi, how are you?
Sean didn't know you were in New York.
I didn't know.
We were texting 1 hour
earlier.
ago.
Yeah, I mean that's when
I.
Yeah. Living from Midtown Manhattan, Mary.
I literally told him, I'm broadcasting. I will see you in an hour. But I can't see you. But
I didn't realize you were already there. There. You know what I mean?
I'm there, babe.
You're there. Mm-hmm. From Midtown, it's Midtown Mary Santora. You just got beefcake.
Yes.
I don't know why beefcake is my
beefcake.
No, that is
beefcake. You know.
She is known for her beefcakes.
That does sound like a thing you do. I don't even know. Beefcake someone. I'm not even sure what that even means, but if you're a fan of Mary's.
That's what she calls when she slams a heckler. You just got beefcaked.
Beefcaked.
By Mary Santora.
Yup. Get a load of these Mariolas. All in your face.
Oh, that's fun. Wait, how do you like it so far, Mary?
I love it.
Yeah?
I love it so much. I was hanging out at the cellar last night, and there was just like I mean, doing the road, you get to see your friends, once every 2 years if you happen to be in the same city or a festival together.
Yeah.
So it just was like, everybody I love is here. I get to see so many funny people every night. I don't have to wait for them to either come through Hilarities or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hung out until like 2 a.m. last night, just like catching up with people. And I'm sure the novelty will wear off, like, because I'm still seeing everybody for the first time. But yeah, I love it, man. I absolutely love it.
Once you get something that they don't get, that's when it's going to wear off.
Yeah. or
they're all giving you the skunk eye.
Yeah, they're like, we don't like Mary anymore.
Or I mean, there's a lot of the accidental 5 a.m.s. That's a big. That'll dampen your week.
Staying up all night.
I don't think though anymore.
Yeah.
I don't drink.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So like even staying out till 2 last night was like, all right, I got to get out of here. I'm so tired.
Man, wait, how long have you not drank again? 6 years?
5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
I wish I could say that.
That's all right.
This is a very painful memory for him.
No, I'm just having withdrawals right now. That's all.
Just a little shaky.
Tears of joy for you, tears of terror for him.
That will be a thing that happens in New York a lot as a comedian. You'll be like, I've got a couple sets. My last one's at 10:15, and you'll get off stage, and then it's like, oh, David Attell's about to go on. Of course, I'm going to stay and just watch that.
Yeah.
And then you watch that, and you bump into someone else, and you're like, yeah, I'll go have one. I'll go have 2 tops. And then cut to
5:30 in the morning.
The bar's like, hey, we're going to lock you guys in, but we can only do liquor. And you're like, oh, sure.
Twist my arm.
Yeah.
Hold that thought. I got to give away this money here very quickly. It's
that happens.
$1,000. It'll happen here from the Buzzard Bookie. So listen closely. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Sean Patton is doing only 2 shows here in Cleveland, and then he's gone for the foreseeable future. He's doing 7 o'clock tonight with young Bill Squire. And 7 o'clock tomorrow night. You can go to hilarities.com. This is the Material Tour. The latest hour is on Peacock, by the way. I was clicking around, and I saw #1 on Peacock.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting.
It was a very exciting thing. All thank you to Michael Che. That is
Is he the guy that put it together?
Yeah, he just,
he loves helping out white people.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows that about him.
He's got clout at Universal, so they were like.
Well, he just long ago, he said, it's actually one night after, drinking at the cellar, he said, I'll produce your special. And he said it, and I took it as like a friendly, like, thanks, man. But then, when I actually shot it
through, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, hey, I seriously want to do that. And I was like, okay. And he took it to Peacock, and they were like, okay, yeah, let's do it. The thing is, they actually watched it because of him.
Yeah.
And that's what matters.
But you kind of need an advocate.
And you need a guy like
yeah.
him. And he's just, you meet a lot of people in this business, or any business, really. This is not exclusive to comedy or even art, that want to help you and say they want to help you and say they will help you. But then when the pants come down, I don't know, that's not the same. I don't know why that's why.
It's another one of those 5 a.m. parties.
I think we're coining another phrase here.
When the pants come down, there's no
gender.
There's no sunshine.
Yeah, but
smooth.
People they can't always do what they say they want to do. But Michael was a guy who he not only did what he said, he then the week leading up, he's like, hey, let's do the Tonight Show. That was all his idea.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's when me and him went on the Tonight Show, and that was all Michael. So he's an awesome guy, and just a.
And I think there's a lot of people that have good intentions. They just don't have the pull that they thought. I mean,
and he did, and he used it wisely.
And that's awesome. So.
And he does that. He does that for anyone he cares. He likes. So he's like one of the best guys I've met in this business.
What was it about you think that just him seeing you doing spots and liking what you were doing, or hearing about you and checking you out?
I mean, I remember when he first kind of popped, when he first started showing up and doing spots. I remember like young Michael.
Yeah.
And I was still, around, and
young Sean was a babyface young man too.
And and we were just kind of in the scene coming up at the same time. So and then I started going on the road a ton, and then lived in LA for a bit, and then on the road, and then back in New York, and he was just rising in the SNL. And then you remember he went to the Daily Show for a while.
Yeah.
And then he went back to SNL, and that was right when I moved back to New York because I wanted to be in it, back in it, because it's the Mecca. It's. I mean, I also love cold weather. I don't know what it is about me. Am I a masochist? I don't know, but I like crappy, cold, gray weather.
Well, your timing to come here was
it's
impeccable.
Awesome. That's why I chose this. I was like, January? Cleveland in January? To some, that's the Bahamas in May.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be here for this. And after the Browns get executed.
When the pants come down.
The week after the Browns get disqualified. Why can't I remember the word they use?
Eliminated?
Thank you.
Eliminated. Executed.
Executed and then disqualified.
And you're going to be in Atlanta for like a couple
you're
months,
moving
right?
for a bit?
At the end of this month, I moved to Atlanta for 10 weeks. I'm
You're the new host of Lego Masters.
That's 100%. Exactly. We're going to call it Ego Masters. So we're going to see what you can build out of Egos. And then
I think you're about to have a Michael Che moment with Bill Squire.
I know, buddy.
I think if there's a show that I'm qualified to be on.
If I needed a co-host or like a field,
dude, I'll just be do the blocking for you. I'll be your stand-in.
Like, let's see what old Bill's up to out there. Ego Master Bill Squire. No, I'm going to be in Atlanta.
I put jelly and syrup on him.
In that order?
Why not?
I'm
a master, aren't I?
He's just got a pocket full of butter. He puts it on last.
Yeah.
Pocket full of butter, Squire. That way, I like my radio voice. Pocket full of butter, Bill Squire. It's
pretty good.
Here on the Alan Cox
The event, the execution, the event.
I know.
You're moving to Atlanta to do a new program.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I'm doing 10 weeks. I'm going to be filming a show for FX. It's called The English Teacher. Stars created and starring a gentleman named Brian Jordan Alvarez, who's he's been in movies, hilarious. He's got big on the internet. And I'm in it, and it's awesome. It's going to be the pilot.
Are you
was
the English teacher?
No, he's the English teacher.
He's the English teacher. Okay.
But it's an excellent, like the pilot was like, I was beside myself when I finally got it and then read it and was like, oh man, this is a great show. And we shot it we shot the pilot last February, and then the strikes.
They came to you, or you went out for it?
No, they came. I mean, they came to me. It was a case of like,
congratulations.
That's
man.
awesome.
Thanks.
That's awesome, man.
So exciting.
Well, but it was a case of a casting director I had auditioned for probably over a dozen plus times in New York, who just knew me, and I was, everything. Her name's Gail. I can't remember. I just remember everything I read for her, I knew I wasn't right for, but she always like, we'd read the scenes together and we really put work in, and I could tell she always was like, oh, okay,
looking for
I
the
like
right
what
thing.
you do. This isn't the right part. And then apparently, this came down the pipe, and she was like, I know someone. He's a nobody, but trust me on this. He's a comedian.
We're not casting you as Richard Pryor. I'm sorry for the umpteenth time.
He's your favorite comedian, even if you don't know it yet.
There you go.
And then I did the audition, and it was awesome. It was just a crazy experience.
That's great.
I did the audition, and then I had to do the callback via Zoom the morning after opening for Bill Burr in New Orleans at the Smoothie King Center.
Yeah, right.
So you see just like the jam up of events right there?
Yeah.
Where it was
Were you
like,
still drunk?
no, that was the thing. Like I did, you go, I mean, doing an arenas, I've only done it once. I know it's funny because we've married Bill, we've got colleagues who do arenas enough to where they almost sound bored talking about them.
They're like, they'll be like, oh, it's nice to be back in a club. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
nice.
man. Yeah, but it's 15,000 people, and you're like,
You're on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, it was an insane experience, and of course afterward you celebrate, and Bill just jumped back on his tour bus and skedaddled to the next town, which makes sense. But like, I was in New Orleans, I was home, so I hung out. But at a certain point, I was like, guys, I got to cap this. I got an audition. I got a thing I got to get up and do on Zoom, and luckily it was the right call.
So then you had to wait out the strike after you got the gig.
After we filmed it, and then both strikes.
Yeah.
And it was, I'm glad, and they persevered, so that was awesome.
But you also know it's coming too, so that kind of has to be like, hurry up and wait.
Yeah, well, also
which everybody was doing, I guess.
Yeah, it was hurry up and wait, and then once it got officially picked up, more hurry up and wait. But it's happening, and I'm like, it's happening, and I'm grateful. It's awesome, and I hope I don't screw it up. Because
that's awesome.
I mean, I don't think I will. I love acting, and it's like I said, it's FX. They don't tend to mess with. They don't.
Can you kind of talk about what your role is? Do you know like your character at all? I know
I can't.
with details.
I can't really get. No, I can't. That part I can't because we're keeping that on the wraps. But I'm like, I'm not reoccurring. I'm like primary cast.
Yeah. Cool.
So it's.
That's
I know
so
that
awesome,
much.
Man.
Yeah. Thank you. So to answer your text, Mary, no, I can't do lunch, coffee, drinks, or
anything,
or
Danish
post-show hang, or Yankees game, or the Mets game, or a Nets game, or I can't do any of the things I've got a list you texted me of New York thing. We can't
All
go eat
items.
a slice.
We can't get a slice. We can't go to the Statue of Liberty.
We can't have bagels on the top of the Chrysler building.
Hey, let's
Gotta go down.
Yeah.
The
You're gonna miss
9/11
the weekly
museum.
comedian's trip to the Statue of Liberty.
Oh wait,
That's a...
dude, I got it. I want you guys to know this blew my mind in half. So when I was on the road with Dave Cross, the tour manager was from Cleveland, right?
Yeah.
And he picks us, David and I, up breakfast one morning in New York because he's picking us up. We're driving to do shows in the state, and he gets me. I don't know if he did it on purpose. He gets me I asked for an everything bagel with cream cheese. That's all I asked for. He got me an everything bagel with strawberry cream cheese.
Huh.
Exactly. That was my initial reaction.
Interesting.
But I was so hungry. Exactly. I was so hungry. Like, whatever. And now I'm flat out addicted.
Because it was so awesome.
Oh, you had never had it before?
I had never had a
it's
everything bagel with strawberry cream cheese.
Yeah.
Like, changed me. Like, I had 3 in one day months later.
You're so good.
I've had days like that.
Yeah, just 3 bagel days. It's a
3 bagel day.
It's a 3 bagel day. You know what I mean? But so there you go, Mary.
This is why we can't hang out too much.
Yeah.
Just forget drinking all night. We would just eat each other to death.
Yeah.
In like a week.
We would like Voltron up into one dude. Just
so many bagels.
Be like, we're out of bagels. Leave us alone.
Just one pudgy.
We know you're
bearded
open.
guy
We know
in
you open at
flannels.
6.
I can smell you just punched in. But
Give us our bread.
Oh God, bagels are good. But anyway, yes, Mary. So, but if you can
You're too
hang on
busy
till
for
May,
me.
till
Okay,
May,
no problem.
I'll
It's fine.
hang out. No, never too busy for you. I'll fly up. What do you want to do? I am doing the Patrice O'Neill benefit on March 26th.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that'll be so we can hang then.
Okay.
That's I'm crazy honored to have been asked.
Yeah, that's
to do
pretty
that.
cool.
Wild.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming in, man.
No, Alan, thank you because now I have my perpetual. My
I'll
new
text
phrase.
it to you, yeah.
Mine, your favorite comedian.
One of your favorite comics, even if you don't realize
Even
it
if
yet.
you don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You still doing raw beef? People listen to that?
No, I stopped doing that because I was on the road too much.
Yeah.
And it was a fun podcast.
But there are episodes
There's still
still.
episodes available called Raw Beef, but I'm trying to figure out the next things as far as that's concerned too, because this world is so vast now.
Mm-hmm.
Of like podcasting and radio.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody the other night, and they were like, how's the business changed? I said, well, now I'm competing with the audience.
Exactly. Have you ever I meet people on the road sometimes who are like, I have a podcast, and I'm like, I've been talking to you for 2 hours. I don't know how you could possibly have people listening. I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm just saying, like, sometimes you're like, people just start podcasts, and you're like, for what, though?
Over COVID, I understood it
Yeah.
because people were like, but whatever. Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
that's
there's
sometimes
room
people-
for everybody.
Sometimes there's people like, oh, you have a podcast? That's neat. And they're like, yeah, we got 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. It's about tea and just how the history of tea.
Very niche.
And but we're building to something, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, okay.
Well, sometimes, we all grew up listening to music. Like, so I had someone, I was driving from Dallas to Houston, and one of the younger comics was like, what podcast do you listen to? I'm like, oh, I'm not really huge on podcasts, to be honest. And she goes, oh, so you're just going to listen to what, music the whole way, like a psycho? I'm like, is that psycho? To listen to music now for extended periods of time?
Well, especially
it's
since
so-
we all talk for a living.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't necessarily
Yeah.
want to hear other people talking while I'm.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's
Thank
just
you.
me, though. Some people, they work at McDonald's. I go home, fire up the grill, and start making food for everybody. I'm not that guy. So.
No,
I definitely had, like, I listened to, when I was on the road, I listened to a lot of talk radio and stuff like that. And then when we had a longer commute, I would listen to podcasts. But now my commute's about 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And so, like, just getting into it. So,
Well, and you jog here.
songs.
I know
yeah.
you jog here in the mornings, right? Even though the show's not.
It's a dead sprint.
He gets his steps in.
That's how I justify all those bagels.
Exactly.
Work them off. Sean Patton and young Bill Squire doing 2 shows. 1 show tonight, 1 show tomorrow night, both at 7 o'clock. You go to pickwickandfrolic.com, find everything going on with Sean, SeanPatton.com.
Yes. Good.
On there. And good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me, Alan.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a break. We'll
Bye,
be back
Mary.
with a text for anything else. 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
We were talking about things our significant others are bad at, but unbeknownst to everyone on the show, I had them turn the table.
lot.
I hope you don't have a million haters. And you know what they're going to do?
Keep hating.
Hate. Yeah.
Yeah.
No way around it.
They're going to hate.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Are the Don't Tell shows BYOB?
This one is not. Sometimes
this one is
they
not.
are.
Okay.
This one is in a, from what I know, that I'm not supposed to reveal, is this one is not a BYOB. It's in a place that has a liquor license.
Ah, understood. We don't have this particular, every time I have been with this company for quite some time. So the only experience I have with this is when we get a new directive from the company. Companies like people's email signatures to be very specific. And so they'll say, this is what your name and then your position. And then, we get this template a couple of times a year. Anytime they update it from the company, they go, this is how we want everyone's email signature to look. It's nothing impressive. They just want something uniform. And who cares really? So fine. So sometimes you'll go in and change it. But some companies, it's difficult for people based on their name. And there's a girl who's just starting a new job, and she has a bit of a problem with her company's email format as far as signatures go because of her name.
I am filled with dread over one aspect of moving to a different job that I always face when I do this, which is having to have the tough conversation about how my name fits into a company email structure. My name is Samantha Hart, and most companies use the email designation of first initial last name, meaning that my email would be Shart. And at every single workplace, I have received an email from HR the week before I start letting me know that my name does not exactly fit the company email structure as they would intend.
Now, I've never seen, she goes, most companies do first initial last name. I've never seen that. But if your name is Samantha Hart,
yeah,
right? Like if I had to be A. Cox, I mean, it's grammatically incorrect, but I mean, people's brains can fill in the gaps.
Or Anthony Dick.
Yeah! Right. Or Cody Brown.
Yeah, C. Brown.
He's right there. Or Mary Santora.
No, just the letter M. Alan, you're already not following the rules.
Yeah, but yours would be M. Santora.
Mm-hmm.
Get it, Bill? Oh,
I get it.
What would yours be?
Bye, Squire. I don't play by the rules.
He's an email outlaw. If you know anything about him, man, he is a keyboard warrior. He will get back there, and he will F some things up. Shart. Yeah, because it's like, then the HR, hey, your name is not, like I can't have, nobody will make, if I wanted to make a custom jersey with my last name, nobody will do it.
That's not true.
It is true. I'm telling you. I mean, I haven't tried it in a long time.
There's plenty of people with the last name Cox.
I agree.
That's
why
a common last name.
You understand why it's so frustrating then, because it is not an uncommon last name. But nevertheless, the algorithms it's the same dumb crap, probably the same kind of program that tells people, no, you can't have that on your license plate, no matter how obscure it is.
Well, you can go into team shops now, and they'll do it for you, and they'll approve or not approve.
Right there at the counter.
That way you can have somebody override.
Well, yeah, if you're talking to a person, yeah. But it's certainly not that important to me. And it wasn't for me anyway. It was like for a family member. And I was like, well, I'm not going to the mat for this.
All jokes aside, so your family for generations has been Cox, or is there like an addendum on your last name?
What do you mean?
Like,
was it Coxstein?
It was a Coxton or something, or like
I mean, if you go far enough back, maybe, but I mean, not that I've ever heard.
Like maybe they Americanized it, like back in the 20s when y'all got here or something.
The 20s, the 1920s.
Sure, whatever.
When we got to the United States in the 1920s,
your grandmother was born here.
My grandmother was born here. Yeah, so like my great grandparents would have come over from Ireland.
Yes, and over there they were cork soakers.
They loved soaking cork. You know what? They were working in the vineyards, and they were working with bourbon, and they were just constantly...
Well, that Irish whiskey.
Oh,
you gotta have
they were constantly refining.
Kind of soaked
My
cork.
family goes all the way back to the Bushmills distillery. No, I don't know about that, Cody. I mean, it was I never saw anything along those lines, but then again, it's only been in the past year that I got interesting information on my lineage because it really just stopped cold on my dad's side.
We had our whole family are, and it makes sense because I have a big African American family, but they're all African American. Like the top 5.
I thought you're from Zimbabwe.
The top 5 African American names are all in my family. Like every ancestor, like from great grandmother on, had a child, and then they have like one of the 5 major black last names,
which are
it's like Williams, Taylor,
Johnson.
Yeah, there's a Johnson in there, and then you know who married white because they got like a German or whatever last name. It's like, yeah, well, they married
Roskowicz. Well, that sucks too because so many of those surnames were just given to black people, right? Back in the day.
Correct. Like
slavery, they're like, oh, your name is Freeman. Gee, I wonder where that came from. You know, or Williams, because you used to belong to William. That's the thing that's so sad and frustrating about that.
Like I can say my dad's like family's last name because they're all dead. So like I just think about like if I had my dad's side of the family, like grandmother's side was Rosatelli, so that's hella Italian, and then his dad's last name was Schaefer, and that's really German. So like Cody Schaefer or Cody Rosatelli. Like
I am Cody Rosatelli.
Man, how badass is that? Like Brown is just so basic. Like it's everyone knows, like, you could either be African American or, then you're white, but then they know if you're African American, it came from like a long line of Browns, or you just, it was like a slave name pretty much. Because it's just like so common. There's white people I know last name Brown, and then black people I'm like, the whole Brown family reunion. No, we're not related.
Well, at least we got a name for your autobiography. Cody is my slave name.
I've been saying that. That's why you give out my government. I don't like it.
All right. I've got to take another break here. If you're trying to get yourself $1,000, you have one last chance today. That's coming up at 5:30 from the Buzzard Bookie. If you don't care about that and you're like, Alan, when can I go see Sammy Hagar? He's coming into July to play Blossom with Loverboy, and I will have those tickets for you when we come back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm going to go see Sammy Hagar back through Cleveland this coming summer with special guest Loverboy, part of the Minutemen concert series. They're going to do Blossom on Monday night, July the 29th. Red Rocker, guys from Loverboy, coming to perform for you. Yeah, you. LiveNation.com. Have all the details for you. These 2 tickets for you, color 10. You got 2 for Sammy in the summer. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Last chance today for you to grab $1,000 is in about 7 or 8 minutes. That next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie. You're going to hear that. And then that'll be it for today until tomorrow morning. I think your first one is in the 9 o'clock hour with RMG. Cavs, big win over the Milwaukee Bucks last night. They were Giannis free, but that can't account for all of it. 135-95 was the big win over the Bucks, who are a pretty good team. So the Cavs are off tonight, off tomorrow night. Saturday, you'll find them in Atlanta. Cavs are on a 6-game win streak right now. So they'll play the Hawks at 7:30 on Saturday night. You hear all of it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And if you want to get yourself something from CLE Clothing Company to put yourself in the right frame of mind, use the promo code RING, R-I-N-G, and you'll get 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. I had ordered the brand new Buzzard football shirt from CLE Clothing, thinking that I would get to wear it during the Browns' extended playoff run. But it came the day that they were eliminated, or at least the day before, the day after maybe. I could still wear it, right?
You're allowed.
I'm allowed. I'm a grown man with control over my own sartorial choices, but maybe I'll just wait until next season. That's what they always say. There's always next season.
Pretty close.
All right, we know that Poundcake is a sports guy. Alan is not Joe Sports. But, Bill, you actually watch sports. When Alan said that Pascal Siakam was traded to the Pacers, I was waiting for you to call him out since he likes to make sure things are pronunciated correctly. Siakam that was really something. I also want to know why Alan says potato. I've wondered that for a long time and just never really, did the research. I do my own research. Never looked it up why Alan Cox says potato. So the people are wondering, people are saying. So if you could let us know, we'd love it. Bye.
So this guy, Pascal Siakam, who plays for the Raptors, they sent him to the Pacers. The reason Bill didn't call me out is because he knew I was doing a bit. Why does nobody want to play with me?
I want to play with you.
Shut up, Poundcake. I mean the audience. Why? Potato is funnier than potato. I slaughter a lot of words, and the whole point of the sports thing is that I slaughter names and teams, and nobody.
And I just
play with me. We're here to play.
I can't always. And sometimes,
But I'm doing a bit.
Yes, I do.
9 times out of 10. 9 times.
9 times.
Right. Pascal Siakam is funnier. Now, I did think you were going to grab me on it, but when you don't, I go, okay, he knows what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, I always know what you're doing, and sometimes I feel like doing it, and sometimes I don't.
But you got a life to lead. You can't do it every time.
Right.
Boston Celtics. I mean, why he didn't even just come to play. Let's have fun. Nobody wants to play with me.
I hate the way you say that.
Hmm?
No one wants to play with me. Why does no one want to play with me?
That's what this is.
Come to play, damn it.
We're not curing cancer here.
Bring your knee pads.
Oh,
and
God.
Your gear.
I love it.
We come to play.
I can't believe you didn't call Alan out.
Yeah, because he was paying attention. That's why, sir. And potato is funnier than potato. My Dan Quayle. Come on. Now, listen. That's different than Poundcake slaughtering the English language, right? That's different. He's not doing a bit.
How do you know?
I know. Are you?
I don't reveal my bit.
Mr. Don't Tell Comedy over here.
No
He's
fun.
you and Bill both
it's
on
no
the.
fun if I have to explain it.
You don't have to explain it.
And I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna leave you guessing.
I'll tell you what. There's nothing wrong with that, right? You want to leave a little mystery. I understand what you're doing.
I just want to see if people are listening.
I know.
I want engagement.
And they are engagement. Before the break, we were talking about surnames, and Poundcake was talking about that there. Would you say there were 5 common black surnames?
Yeah, there's like Williams, Johnson, Smith, and then Brown.
Everybody's looking for an edge in the real estate game, right? It's not easy. It's a challenging job to write real estate copy because you're for these posts, because you're trying to get people to pay attention to what you're doing. And so there's a company in New Mexico that's taken some heat because, and they're not the only company that does this, where they name their floor plans. You know, this is our Budapest model. You know, these houses that they build up, these realty companies or whatever. This company was taking a lot of heat because two of their homes were called. One of them was called the Tubman home after Harriet Tubman.
Excuse
And the other
me?
one was called the Anne home after Anne Frank.
Ooh.
And their copy said, just like Harriet Tubman, the icon of American courage and freedom, this home stands out amongst the crowd out there in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. The ready-to-be-built Harriet floor plan with its distinctive elevation features an entertainer's kitchen with a bar top between.
She was a big entertainer.
I'll tell you what, Harriet Tubman, you know, when she was shuttling people through that Underground Railroad, she was mixing up hot toddies and sidecars and the whole bit. Because she knew, yes, you want to be saved from a certain death, but you also want to be entertained. And good luck to any applicants who look like Harriet Tubman. So, yeah, they're taking a lot of heat for this. In honor of Anne Frank, we have designed the plan to maximize the view that we feel would be suitable for Anne herself. Oh, my God. Is what?
What is that?
Wow. Looking out the window, trying to make sure there's no Nazis coming. Of course, it is 2024. You do want to make sure that Nazis aren't coming because they're all around now.
The spacious attic that Anne dreamed of.
Right. Our Ava Braun floor plan has a basement to die for.
Equipped with trapdoors.
So the co-founder of Abrazo Homes in Albuquerque, he goes, "Hey, listen, we also have I also have designs named after beer categories for because guys buy homes too. This is our Pilsner home and our IPA and all that, but." And he goes, well, we've had names for floor plans for a long time. We've named them after Audrey Hepburn and Frida Kahlo and Coco Chanel. And I guess once they went down that path, they're trying to get people's attention, and that's what they did. Listen, there isn't a person alive who's in a market for a brand new home who would stop their plan to purchase it because it was named after Harriet Tubman or Anne Frank. You'd be like, ooh, a mudroom. Take my money. So, but a little bit baffling, I guess, that they would go that route. But they said that they will update their marketing materials. This was just, we were trying to make efforts to pay homage to some of the most remarkable women in history.
Stop
I mean, they're not wrong.
Girls.
Those are remarkable women in history. But, and
I'm sure.
I'm curious how they landed on those two, because you go, okay, Audrey Hepburn, Frida Kahlo, Coco Chanel. Even if you don't know those names, you might not think anything of it. People know Harriet Tubman. They know Anne Frank. I mean, Harriet Tubman is allegedly going to be on the 20.
No, she's not.
No, I know. But allegedly, they have plans to put her on the 20.
And I just hate rumors like that.
It wasn't a rumor.
It wasn't a rumor. It was
got
in the works.
Right. It's just implementing it was the other half of the equation. Everybody's patting themselves on the back. They're like, this is never going to happen.
They knew it was never going to happen, and that's my problem with it. They whoever implemented it, I don't know if it was a Democrat or a Republican, but they knew by the other side getting rid of it, it would look bad, like they're racist. But no one had any intention to put Harriet Tubman on the 20s at all. They just wanted the PR.
Well, no, I think it was like in the early days of the Biden administration. I fully believe that that's a plan. It's just not a huge priority.
No one, honestly, and I love Harriet Tubman.
What do you love about her?
That she freed the slaves, Underground Railroad, the whole nine. But so I wouldn't be here without her.
All right, you love Harriet Tubman? Name 3 songs.
But I would feel a type of way.
I don't think she freed the slaves, by the way. She
it was an Underground Railroad.
Right. She helped people get from one spot to another. They were hiding people.
Well, Oberlin was really big in the Underground Railroad, so I assumed that she probably had a good connection with Oberlin. I don't know.
It's big on the above ground railroad. There's a track that runs right through it.
But I don't want Harriet Tubman on any American money just because I would think twice on how I spend it. Like, I don't want to spend something frivolous that Harriet Tubman wouldn't approve of. Like, she gonna be looking at me with the little picture, and I'm like, do I really need?
Wait, do you feel like your money judges you now? I mean, when's the last time you used cash? By the way,
I have cash.
That's why I think
often.
That's why I think it's so not a priority.
Because it's like obsolete.
It's cash. I mean, it's not obsolete. I mean, cash, but how many people are walking around with cash?
But any cash I do have, I don't want to be reminded like, ooh, I don't need these poppers. I'm just going to put these back because Harriet Tubman wouldn't approve.
Well, I wonder, though, let's say, take Harriet Tubman out of the equation. If they want to put anyone new on money, I'm just curious why it takes so long. It can't be because you're trying to wait until other bills are out of circulation, because those are going to be in circulation for a long time. This started because a girl wrote a letter to Obama in 2014. And they're like, well, on the timeline, it might take 16 years when all is said and done. It's like, guys. And that's if you were going to put anybody new on money. I don't know. Plus, it's all got doo-doo on it anyway.
I would say they've revamped the bill, but I don't think they've put anyone new on it for a very long time. Everyone, like Washington is synonymous with the $1 bill, and then Lincoln's is known for the 5. I don't know. I don't know. Hamilton, who's Hamilton? What is Hamilton on? Is he on the 100?
Andrew Jackson is the one on the 20 now. But he was he was a slave owner, and he relocated Native Americans.
And that's the thing. I don't feel bad about spending that money because it's an old white man, and I don't care. So I'm like, I need.
Think of how much money you'd save if you had Harriet Tubman money.
Well, I think a lot of people will feel
walking around with your poop 20,
and that's not good for the economy. Saving money? No, you need to spend it. You need to put it back in.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
I got to give you some money here. This is not going to be in cash. It'll probably be in some other kind of form, so don't worry about who's on what. It's $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This is your very last chance to win today, so I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but there's probably a lot of music hipster flags at half-staff today because Pitchfork is no more. Longtime Pitchfork was the preeminent hipster music critique website. If your band got a bad Pitchfork review, it was all over with the tastemakers. Did you guys pay attention to Pitchfork at all?
No.
I had some friends. They were in a band that got
a good review
from Pitchfork. And so that made
That's a big deal.
Made for a few good years for them.
Yep. Was a big deal. It is no more. They're being, I don't know what this means. They were part of a conglomerate that owned a bunch of other magazines, and Pitchfork is being just going to become a part of GQ, which seems to make strange bedfellows, but the magazine publishing business from the jump is in a tough spot. So Pitchfork is just going to become part of the GQ magazine. But, like back in the day, I used to get people made fun of me for a long time because I probably got magazines longer than some other people did, but I would get like Spin and I got all these music publications, but like that kind of music journalism isn't really a thing of value anymore. And so that can't be a big shop. It would suck if you were working for Pitchfork because there were still people, working for that. But
I think a lot of people's dream job growing up was to be like a VJ on like TRL or Vice. Or no, not Vice. What is the other? Fuse.
Well, if you're of a certain generation, I mean, that wasn't around until I was in high school. But yeah, I mean, when I was, there was a period of my life where I thought I was going to be writing for Rolling Stone. I was like, I think I would like to do that. But that has all changed so much now. Not just the magazine part of it, but even the online part of it. Like, the music industry is so hyper-focused on the manufacture of pop stars or just generating drama and gossip, stuff that has nothing to do with the actual music. But for a long time, there was like legitimate music journalism. People, Chuck Klosterman and people that is like film critique. That's kind of going away too. Movie critics, people who know things about the art form.
I think it's
all very subjective though anyway, but
it's all subjective and it's also fragmented now, but it's also out there. It's just in different forms. I think there's a lot of people that have very interesting things to say about music, and it's more historical than critiques, but there's a lot of information you can get from people on TikTok or, just through social media that make great content that people are consuming, and it's more person to person rather than going through a vessel like Pitchfork or Spin or whatever.
Yeah, the form has changed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, back...
And there's podcasts dedicated to movie reviews and just discussion of music and all these different things. It's all out there in different forms. It's just not as much a thing that's in magazines.
It's not written form.
Yeah.
So if you were a big Pitchfork, they still have the music festival. I don't know if they will rebrand that, but there were all kinds of people who were
GQ Music
Festival. Dressed to impress.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting GQ up until a few years ago. That's still a physical magazine. I mean, when you go to the airport, you'll see how many magazines there still are.
And are they all owned by, like, the same people?
No, I mean, Condé Nast is this company. That's a big publisher. They own GQ. And
I just don't know how they make money because it's
still advertising. There are companies that still advertise in magazines.
The only time
because magazines got so niche that they're so laser focused on a particular audience that you can talk to those people. And there's people still reading them. You go to the airport, you'll be in a line of people, and they're buying magazines.
The only time I look at a magazine is like when there's a really long line at checkout, and I'm just like, I pick through. I go to like the shirtless guys or like what somebody on Vanderpump Rules cheated on someone, and I'm like, ooh, this is tea, and then I put it right back because it'd be like $3.99.
That's Vanderpump Cheating Monthly?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
All right.
Or someone is near death. It's like they just get a really bad photo of like.
So you're looking at the National Enquirer while you're waiting to check out.
But
People magazine.
Does Angela have leprosy?
Yeah, it's like something they just get a really bad photo. And it's like near death, family in spiral. Check out Jennifer Aniston's will. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Leprosy. Hansen's disease is raging through Hollywood. It's like Philadelphia in this measles outbreak. Okay, I'm going to break. 35192. Shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
when you buy 4, 5, or 6 months of membership. Learn more at csurec.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero. Ay, yo te quiero pedir, babaluco, manera muy gorda, manda tú, que tenga dinero y que no se muero.
Alan, I feel like Poundcake would have turned the runaway slaves in to save himself. Think it's a fair assessment?
No.
No.
There's a word for that in my community. I don't think I'm allowed to say it on air, but no. No. If
Okay.
anything, I would keep Massa busy while you guys escape, okay? So, no.
I think we know what you mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Keep him busy.
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna snitch on you. You want me to create a diversion? Oh, Mr. President, you know. No, you need a person like me. You will want someone like me. My mom's black. What y'all mean?
I know your mom's black. That's not what this person's talking about.
He said I would turn in my own people to the Underground Railroad.
Well, you are into kind of, this person is just inferring from things you've said in the past that you might in some situations, put yourself first.
That's modern.
You're just saying not in this one.
Modern day, yes. Right now in this world, yes, but not in slavery times. Absolutely not. I feel like my spirit wouldn't allow me to do that.
Mm-hmm. Somebody also sent me the information that the U.S. Treasury confirmed that the different denominations of bills have unique release dates after their design change. So the 10 is coming in 2026, the 5 is in 2028, and the 20 is in 2030. And then the 50 in 2032. So if we're all alive then, and a currency still has value, that might be something to look forward to. But not everybody's looking forward to that, probably. But again, it was like, I almost never have cash in my pocket. The last time I got cash is because there was a homeless guy out front, and I gave him money. But I didn't have any on me.
These homeless people are getting bold, man.
Bold.
Wait,
It's
did
12
you go and
degrees.
get cash out just to give it to him?
I was going to get my salad at Heinen's, and it asked me if I
salad.
Well, and I passed this dude. He's sitting on the corner, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And I go into Heinen's, and I got cash back.
Oh, okay.
And so on the way back, sometimes they're gone by that time. You know what I mean? He was still there, and I gave him the money before I came back in here.
Oh, you're nice.
Yeah, I know.
I was gonna say.
But what do you mean they're getting? Yeah, it's like
because no longer are they holding up signs trying to make you feel sorry for them. They'll knock on your window. When they had Disney on Ice a couple days ago.
What do you mean trying to make you feel sorry for them?
Well,
do they have to work hard when they're out there in 10-degree weather to get you to feel bad for them?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't even if you don't give them money, which I would wager most people don't, even if you don't give them money, you probably still feel bad for them.
Yeah.
It's 10 degrees outside.
I'm sure. But on two different occasions, this was like a day apart from each other. I was coming out of here and it was Disney on Ice. So it was like a little bit of a traffic jam. And we're all sitting there and there's a line of cars. And this one guy is going up to each window, knocking on the window, asking for money. And he got up to me and I just shook my head no. I didn't roll down the window. I just said no. He walks around the back of the car, goes to the other side, the passenger side.
What about you
window,
over here?
And I'm like,
I respect
no.
that.
The answer's still no. And then
Wait, you had somebody riding shotgun?
No, I didn't have anybody riding
Why did
shotgun.
he come around to the other side?
I don't know.
Give him the old switcheroo.
I don't know.
I mean, you got to fish where the fish are.
He wanted to get my good side.
He's like, how about now? Now you got a better look at me.
I don't know.
My better angle.
Am I less threatening over here?
Maybe it was too cold to where he didn't realize that he was at the same car. Maybe he thought he went to another car. But yeah, he hit my other window, and I was like, no. And he's like, oh. And then he kind of like dawned on him that it was me again, so he went to the other car. Then the next day, I'm in the Taco Bell drive-thru, sitting there waiting again, can't get out, waiting for my food, and a guy knocks on my window again. And I'm like, no, I don't have any loose change. No, I don't have anything. And then he just scurries
tight
on.
change?
No.
Maybe you had maybe he thought you had a kind face. Maybe he thought you were somebody that looked likely to give him some money.
Doing the old Bugs Bunny. What about me, boss? What about me, boss? What about me, boss?
Like they were waiting. He was over there waiting by the little the order screen. So I'm like, ooh, I can't tell him I ain't got no money when he sees like.
You just say you don't have any cash.
Or I'm just saying, like, he sees me ordering and he's like, you got $30 worth of food, but you can't spare $2. I remember.
He's not wrong.
There was a guy that didn't even want to say anything at all. He just kind of like gestured to me, and he had his phone in his hand, and I'm like, what? And it said on screen, it said, I'm afraid to ask in front of all these white people, but can I have $1 or $2? I was like, no.
He's like, I got Venmo.
I was like, no, you got a cell phone. Like, no.
Yeah, but everybody has a cell phone now. That's not the mark of, they're still standing outside. Everyone has a cell phone.
Standing outside.
You get a burner at Walmart for.
He was inside of a store. And I was on my way out,
Yeah.
and he was like in an aisle, and I thought he was gonna like ask, "Oh, do you work here? Or can you help me with something?" He said, "Look at my phone." I'm like, "Oh, he's deaf." I'm like, I tried to sign to him, and he's like, "No." Look, I read it. I was like, "Could I have $1 or $2?" I'm like, "No."
You're like, how about one? Don't give people the option. Could I have $1 or $2? Yes, one.
Like I feel like I would be like the guy to give people a bunch of money if I had money. But I don't got money, so I guess I don't feel bad. If I had a lot of money and I was just being greedy with it, I could spare like $1 or $2 because I got plenty.
Yeah, but you know what? All the people who love to quote the Bible, love to throw the Bible
I don't
around.
quote the Bible.
But a lot of people do. And they say the same thing that you do, except if you know your Bible, it doesn't mean anything if it comes from your surplus. It only means if it comes from the money you need. So those people can't really have it both ways. See, my solution is always the same. Shut up about the Bible. How about that? Keep it to yourself.
Don't say that.
Don't be
That's
throwing.
what it says to do in the Bible, actually.
Yeah, of course it does. Throw it. Stop throwing it in people's faces because it's momentarily convenient. No, listen, walking down here, and pretty soon this building next door is going to be done, and that sidewalk is going to be fully open again.
I'm excited
for the first time in a year and a half. So that brand new construction, I don't know what they're going to do to try to get people to not congregate in front of that brand new building.
And defecate.
Because whatever they're going to do. That's going to be a big residential building with retail spots in it, so they're probably going to have some kind of security or doorman situation. I don't know what.
They got the Alliance.
Yeah.
The Downtown Cleveland Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
They help me parallel park whenever I need to park on the street.
Right, but they're not security guards.
Yeah, but they'll say
they're like cleaning.
Moving.
Aren't there like benches down here or like certain spots that have like spikes so
Yes.
homeless people can't sleep on them?
Yes.
Dude, that's savage.
Well, there's a lot of cities that try to outlaw that. It's called hostile architecture. There's a term for it. And it's stuff that they build specifically so that people can't sit, can't lie down. And there's some cities that have outlawed it because they're like, it's
unusually cruel.
Unusually cruel, I guess.
I have.
It makes Poundcake giggle.
Well, yeah, it's a reflex. I giggle when I'm uncomfortable.
But also, people sit between the spikes. It's more so they can't lie down, right?
They'll lie on the spikes.
They're like going to lie
sideways.
Going to lie on the spikes.
You need to lay on a bed of nails. You just got to distribute your weight, right?
Yeah.
And get used to it. It's actually good for your back.
I think the one reason why I don't really feel bad is because I got people in my family that ask me for money, and I'm like, I don't.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
They have dibs before you do. Person I don't know. Like I got family that live in their car. I'm like, okay, I'll give them a 5 if I got it, and I ain't got it for them, so I definitely ain't got it for you.
Yeah, but at least that family member's car's not getting stolen.
Too soon, Bill.
Too soon. And they have a car to sleep in. You have family members that live in their car?
Yes.
Well, that's a
Why are you
rite of
helping them?
passage, boy.
You said what?
Why are you helping them? You got.
He didn't have any
room?
money
They
either.
They can sleep on your floor.
No, they can't.
No, he's got those spikes in his apartment.
They absolutely cannot sleep on my floor.
Why not?
Because I don't want them to.
So it's not that they can't, it's that you won't let them.
They absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want them to. They can start an OnlyFans. They can do whatever. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Go to a shelter.
Perhaps it's a matter of pride.
Start a podcast.
Start a podcast. Yeah, that's the road paved with riches.
Do things to make money.
Yeah.
Don't be coming to me asking me for money. I'm struggling just like you. I'm out here hustling, grinding just like you.
Poundcake's like, all you got to do is buy a laptop and a microphone and a mixer, goddammit.
It ain't that hard.
It ain't that hard.
I'll buy you a little on-air light so it looks decorative in the background. Step your weight up.
Yeah. Step your weight up.
You too afraid to sleep on the spikes. That's your problem.
Somebody's oh, God. Listen, you're paying the rent on your place. You can do whatever the hell you want to do.
I hate it, man. Like, again, I only did it. I'm only living alone just to prove that I can do it. After this year is up, I don't care who I live with.
Prove to whom?
Myself. Because I thoroughly believed, I'm like, yeah,
But you knew you could. It's just a matter of it's more expensive.
Yeah, and I don't like
That's
more
why
expensive.
it's worth it. Well, I know.
My everything in my bones says it's so much cheaper to get a roommate. You don't care about living with somebody else. You're in your room most of the time anyways. That's me to myself. So I'm like, what do I care that I live with someone? Is it someone else's furniture? Eat someone else's food? All you do is come out like once a day to poop and shower. That's it. It's great. And now I'm responsible for a whole ass apartment.
Yeah, because you're a grown man who doesn't want a roommate. What are you in Fugazi? I mean, come on.
Whatever.
So when your deal's up, you're gonna get a roommate again.
I don't know that for sure, but
You probably will. It sounds like you're pretty sure.
I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
If they said if I could cut my expenses in half, then sure. Who wouldn't do that? I was living with a roommate for convenience anyways.
This is what I'm saying. We were talking about this,
your place,
but we were
though.
talking about this before when they said Cleveland was a lonely city. That was just because the number of people living alone. Because that's how great it is. There's no situation where living by yourself is less expensive, but that's how great it is. People are like, I will figure out a way to pay for it, so I have my own space. Now that's not feasible for everybody. That's probably not feasible for you. I get it. But some people will go a long way.
I'm doing it.
They will go without a lot to live by themselves. I sure did. I was like, I'd much rather scrape by and live by myself.
When my future roommate was being picky about what she wanted in the apartment, I was like, man, what can I get? What kind of studio can I get for $1,500? And they were so small that I was like, okay. You know, you
How
start to weigh
small
your
were
options.
they?
Smaller than Cody's long balls.
I don't care for that. Try it again. How small were they?
I didn't move to New York for that.
Poundcake.
Did you move for this?
Those are the jokes you're telling in the city? Whatever. Nothing matters.
No, you're right. You'd be living in a closet.
Yeah.
And paying a lot of money.
And it probably would be like, that would be your rent. That doesn't. They would still have you in a box, and then you pay all utilities.
Your living expenses, yeah.
That's crazy. Like, at least here, if you pay, you get 200, 300 square feet, then you're like, okay, all utilities included because that's ridiculous. Why not? New York is like, nope, you're going to pay for water, you're going to pay for sewage, you're going to pay for everything.
Well, yeah.
What's the utility situation in the place you guys found?
We have to pay for electric and cooking gas. Heat, water, and something else is included.
That's nice. Heat,
sewer
included is nice.
No, not sewer. That's not it.
You're not paying for garbage pickup?
Mm-mm.
You're paying for hostile architecture on the outside?
Yes.
You're paying for a bike rack?
Yes.
Spiky bike rack.
Spiky bike rack. Oh, it sounds like a cartoon
Don't
character.
sleep on our bike rack.
I'm Spiky Bike Racks, eh? Yeah. Alan Poundcake should just live in a homeless shelter.
No, because there's
that's not really how that works.
It's like they're stinky in there. And
stinky.
Like, I want my own stuff, but I just need an extra room. Like, I have a 1-bedroom apartment now, so I couldn't live with someone even if I wanted to. We would need a 2-bedroom. He has his stuff. I have mine. We mainly use his stuff and dirty it up, and then my stuff I could sell.
I mean, he's got it all figured out.
Well, listen, there's a lot of chess pieces you got to move, right? I mean, these are not easy decisions to make.
I've never lived with a woman before, besides my mom.
Right.
I'd be down for a female roommate.
Roommates are tough because you don't really know until you room with them whether or not it's going to be okay or completely suck.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I lived in the dorms all 4 years of college, but I had a single room the second 2 years. Because the freshman year, my roommate went home every week, and he was homesick. And so he went home every weekend. So I had the place to myself, but that was no big shakes because I wasn't having parties and crap. Sophomore year, I roomed with a buddy of mine. I was like, this is going to be great. And it sucked. Because it turned out he was a real jagoff. So I was like, being friends kind of the way we were in class and having fun is different than living with someone in a dorm room.
But what was so bad about him? Was he messy? Was he just like not
I mean, I just remember I had come back from Easter break before he did. And I had bought this before I left, I had bought this brand new Crate and Barrel comforter. And in the early 90s, Crate and Barrel was like hot stuff, right? Everybody had the messenger bag. Everybody had the goddamn comforter, whatever it was. So I had this brand new Crate and Barrel comforter. And I'd gotten back, and it was on the couch, and somebody had puked all over it. And he proceeded to tell me, he was like, yeah,
Someone broke in.
This girl came over, and she got drunk, and he just threw her on the couch. And he went to sleep in his bed, and she puked. He put my comforter on her.
Why didn't he wash it?
Because he was a jagoff, like I said. So there's a billion things you don't know. Now it's the same with, someone you're romantically involved with, and you're living with them. You know, they could drive you nuts, but at least there you're getting laid.
Yeah,
Brian and I almost broke up. The first 6 months of us living together was. Well, maybe not 6 months, but definitely 3.
I mean,
miserable.
I don't think people have enough conversations either before, because it's when you're having a great time in a romantic relationship, the last thing you want to do is start talking about mundane, everyday crap. But that's kind of what you have to do if you're going to move in together. You have to have very serious conversations about whether or not you want to do that, because somebody can drive you nuts.
But here's the thing, though.
Or they're messy. Or
we had those conversations, and we're on the same page about everything. But once you're in the living situation, there's little things that you couldn't even possibly think to discuss.
Right. You got the big stuff.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Nobody can foresee the little stuff.
Right.
So what were the little things where you were like, I got to get the hell out of here?
Well, like... he
didn't want you to sleep with all your clothes on.
No, he likes the dishwasher loaded a certain way. Like things like
that's
that.
Just smart. That's just smart.
Well,
I thought you like cream pies too.
What? That doesn't have anything to do with the dishwasher.
You're the dishwasher in that scenario.
You're stupid.
What? Oh, she's washing the dishes.
Yeah,
I like cream pies. He hated the cat. He didn't want to live with an animal, and he knew that the animal came with it, and we still said yes. So he hated the fact that there was a cat in the house. He doesn't like hair or litter or any of that.
Well, then he was mad at himself, not you. He's like, I should have never agreed to this.
The cat put a big riff in our relationship, like to the point where we were like together. We were living together for like maybe 6 weeks, and I was like, if you can't do this, you need to tell me. Like, I'm not getting rid of the cat. So if you can't live with a cat, you have to tell me that, and I will move into an apartment. Like, But yeah, there was just like stuff like that with, I don't even remember at this point, but little things like that would annoy each other. Or like when he tried to clean up while I was cooking. I'm like, can you just get out of the kitchen? I'll clean it all when I'm done. You know, stuff like that. You don't sit down when you're ready to move in and talk about what your budget's going to be and how much you'll pay in the mortgage. And then also, do you wash spoons as I am using them? Because that's a big deal to me.
Right.
You know?
Do you wash spoons as I'm using them?
Right.
You're stirring a pot of chili, and he's like trying to dust the
Yeah.
I had to stop myself from doing that. I mean, Gwen and I have lived together for a long time now, but we lived together, obviously, for a while before we got married. But I'm pretty, I'm neat, very neat. I'm pretty easy to live with. But, yeah, there's a billion little things that you won't. Everybody can go, do you leave that toothpaste tube off? Or do you have it, all the things that will occur to you. But you're right. You wouldn't think to ask, how do you feel about spoons in the kitchen? Well, anyway, we've covered a lot of ground. I've got to go to a break. But if you're keeping up with your Poundcake bingo card at home, he will not live in a homeless shelter. He will not give you money if you're related to him and live in your automobile. Automobile? And he won't give you $1 if you stop him in a store.
Not a single dollar.
$1.
I ain't got it.
He doesn't. That's right.
You ain't got it like that.
All right, you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your